I'm Mark Kelly, the Commissioner for Cultural Affairs and Special Events for the City of Chicago. On behalf of Mayor Rahm Emanuel, let's give a big hand to the Chicago Humanities Festival, Expo, Terra Foundation for this incredible event. I want to encourage everyone now and then to just look back, or not look out here. The light on the lake today is stunning. It looks like you can see all the way to Michigan. So what a just gorgeous setting. So let me jump into my riff. Chicago is a cultural powerhouse, but it's a powerhouse that's driven by its dichotomies and tension points. Stinky, flat, swampy, money-hungry, deeply segregated, typhoid-infected, cowtown, insecure, civil unrest, factory town, labor strife, crime, pervasive violence, politicians on the take, dirty, social unrest, deep fissures of wealth and poverty, conventional, priggish, carcasses in the river, crass, base, and oh yeah, police corruption. Good start, huh? Truth number 2, soaring, expansive, utopian, innovative, unencumbered, fresh, visionary, the embrace of technology and the machine, idealistic, unfettered by tradition, brash, loud, devil may care, immigration city, the Great Migration, the Columbia Exposition, City Beautiful, City in a Garden, Bronzeville, Pilsen, dynamically diverse, commercially alive, socially committed, inspired, imaginative, big, spirited. And the results of these dichotomies, a hothouse environment fostering impressive ferment and creation. Birthplace of improv and storefront, Chicago theater, the poetry slam, spoken word, the skyscraper, and the bungalow. A protected lakefront, great city parks, the incubator of modern jazz, blues, gospel, and house. Footwork, the Picasso, the wall of respect, Pilsen murals, the Imagists, the embrace of the outsider, the Chicago Black Renaissance, public art, design center, great museums, Millennium Park, and more. Mahalia, Bow, Muddy, Armstrong shaped the music of the world. Burnham, Sullivan, and Skidmore reached for the sky. Gwendolyn and Studs reached for the soul. Jensen coaxed nature to swoon. Nichols, May, and Belushi delivered wicked one-liners. Their legacies transformed and carried far beyond our city limits. There have been ebbs and flows in our cultural life, periods of architectural wonder and moments of architectural drivel. But this moment in Chicago is one of our great moments of cultural ferment and creation. New parks, public art, important architecture, a vibrant music scene, Chicago theater, and a compelling arts landscape. Today we will hear, framed by Chicago's dichotomies and tension points, the weight of Chicago's cultural legacy, but most importantly, we will learn what is next for Chicago, one of the great cultural capitals of the world. Thank you. Enjoy this great marathon.
Well, thank you, Mark. You've been such a great champion for today's interview marathon from the beginning. We so appreciate your leadership on this project and the many special initiatives you and your team at DCASE spearhead on a daily basis to ensure that Chicagoans and visitors alike have access to world-class arts and culture. My name is Nora Daly, and I'm thrilled to be here today to kick off Creative Chicago. I'm here wearing multiple hats as a strong supporter of local arts, as a member of the advisory committee that worked with the Chicago Humanities Festival to shape today's interview marathon, as a board member of the Terra Foundation for American Art, the lead supporter of today's event, and as a civic committee member of Art Design Chicago, which is an initiative of the Terra Foundation. You got a taste of what we're doing with Art Design Chicago this year through the video that you just saw. And that's really just a glimpse into what has become an immense collective exploration and celebration of this city's rich art and design legacy. Through more than 30 exhibitions and hundreds of events throughout this city, as well as scholarly programs and new publications, Chicagoans and visitors to this great city are discovering a wealth of new stories about Chicago's dynamic history as a crossroads of creativity and commerce. Creative Chicago is a centerpiece of Art Design Chicago, and one that the Terra Foundation is very proud to support. What's really beautiful about this program is that over the course of these next hours, a new picture of Chicago's creative legacy and future will emerge. We see this as a historic moment, and we're so glad you all came to join us. We look forward to welcoming Hans Ulrich to the stage in just a moment, and are incredibly grateful for his interest in Chicago and this project. He has become well known worldwide for his Interview Marathon project, and we're delighted to be hosting his first U.S. marathon here in Chicago. What began as a conversation between the Terra Foundation staff and Hans Ulrich back in 2015 led to today's great event. We're very fortunate to also be partnering with the Richard H. Driehaus Foundation in both the presentation of today's program and the presentation of Art Design Chicago. Thank you to Richard Driehaus and Kim Coventry for your partnership and your support. None of this would be possible without our important partners here at Navy Pier and the fantastic team at Expo Chicago. To Michelle Boone, Marilyn Gardner, and their staff at the Pier, thank you so much for allowing us to have this event in this historic and beautiful space. And thank you to Tony Carmen and Stephanie Cristello and everyone at Expo for including this program as a highlight of this year's fair and for your involvement in planning today's program. And finally, we thank the Chicago Humanities Festival, with whom the Terra Foundation has had the pleasure of working with for the past 15 years, for embracing and helping to realize this project. Philip Bahar, Allison Cuddy, and the rest of the talented team have put significant time and effort into developing today's program, with Hans Ulrich every step of the way. And what we are about to experience is an incredibly thoughtful and dynamic portrait of creativity in Chicago, the past, the present, and the future. Congratulations to CHF and Hans Ulrich, and thank you all for your hard work.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to hear you. Good afternoon, Chicago. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Allison Cuddy. I'm the Marilyn Thoma Artistic Director at the Chicago Humanities Festival, and I'm just thrilled to be welcoming you to Creative Chicago and Interview Marathon with Hans Ulrich Obrist. Thank you, Nora, and thank you, Mark Kelly, for setting the stage for us, for your comments and your support. I too want to thank our partners at the Terra Foundation, especially Jenny Siegenthaler, Eva Silverman. At Expo Chicago, I want to thank Tony Carmen and Stephanie Crestello, and at Navy Pier, Michelle Boone and Dylan Hankey. And I owe a special debt of gratitude to Joseph Grigley and to his assistant, Katie Snow-Niner, for their support and wise counsel on this project. I'd also like to thank Allison Shine Holmes and Matthew Bird of the Studs Terkel Radio Archive. Studs is going to be a very powerful presence this afternoon, and I'm really excited for you to re-encounter him in this space. Thank you to Elizabeth A. Liebman for her generous support, to Surface Magazine and Make It Better for being our media sponsors. And I want to thank Herman Miller for the beautiful chairs on our stage, especially Melissa Hemmering. But just before we go into this, I wanted everyone who is here today from the Chicago Humanities Festival, Expo Chicago, Navy Pier, who's working on this, could you please stand or raise your hand in the air? I just want to thank all of you so much. It's been hundreds of hours to get to this point, and I can't thank the team who's worked on this hard and so hard, especially everyone at the Chicago Humanities Festival. But now, on to the man of the hour, or the 5 hours. It's been my immense pleasure to work with Hans Ulrich Obrist over the past 5 years, and he's the kind of person who you could say needs no introduction, but it feels rather that no introduction can fully capture everything that he's done, his commitment, his cultural interest, Above all, his commitment to artists, the ways in which he collaborates with them, exhibits their work, and of course, interviews them. Hans-Ulrich Obrist is the artistic director of the Serpentine Museum in London, and since 2005, he's been curating the interview project, conducting these long-form interviews with artists all over the world, sometimes in their studios and sometimes en masse here on stage like we'll do today. He's a prolific writer, thinker, and author of numerous books, including Ways of Curating, Do It, the Compendium, and multiple volumes of his collected interviews. And he drives many long-term projects such as 89+, which is an international multi-platform effort dedicated to the innovations of the generation born after 1989. This is, as Nora said, his first ever American marathon. And though his marathons always necessarily have to do with cities, I think what he will do over the next 5 hours with Chicago feels very unique and special. Today's laboratory or experiment is not just any city, but Chicago. And I am hoping that today might be part of an unrealized project of Hans, or one of his utopic projects, which I read about in an interview he gave. And here's a quick quote. "But to curate a whole city would be interesting. What would a city made and run by artists look like? Not necessarily a master plan eco-city like in Abu Dhabi or Brazil, but more of an archipelago of artist initiatives that could form a new city. It would be a city in which lots of artists would live, and that is my kind of utopia, to do a city either on Earth or another planet. That would be the ultimate form of curation. It would be very exciting to have a city built by artists. Something like that has never existed. Yeah, an art city." So please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our art city, to Hans-Ulrich Obrist.
Hi everyone, ladies and gentlemen, friends and fellow travelers, and thank you so much to Alison. A very warm welcome to you all for this marathon. And I wanted to say that I'm deeply grateful to everyone who collaborated. It's a very, as Alison said, big collaboration of many organizations, of many, many people, an infinite conversation over many months. And in a way, of course, Creative Chicago as a marathon is part of Art Design Chicago. It's the Terra Foundation, and it's part of the Humanities Festival. So I'm deeply grateful also, of course, to everybody at the Terra Foundation with whom we started this adventure more than 2 years ago. Elizabeth Glassman, Jennifer Siegenthaler, Eva Silverman, Maureen Yaskulea. Deeply grateful at Expo Chicago, because many of my trips to Chicago over the last couple of years had to do with conversations we did actually for the Expo Chicago, kind of many dialogues. Deeply grateful to Tony Carman, to Stephanie Cristello, and their teams. And of course, all my thanks go to the Humanities Festival, to Alison, also to Philip Baha, Shanna Brown, and also to Eddie Medano, Emmett Mottle, Brittany Pyle. You should give them all a very big applause to this amazing team. Also, the Treehouse Foundation has been very helpful, and we are grateful to them. And as Alison said, everything really started with Joseph Quigley. I'm deeply grateful to my friend Joseph, because in a way it's 25 years of friendship, but also our long-term collaboration on this archive, because my archive is partially here in Chicago, archived by Joseph as an artistic project of his. He's going to tell us about this more. So we can say everything started with Joseph, and we can also say that everything started with Stadsterkel. And we're very grateful, of course, that we can show here archive sections from the Stadsterkel archive, because on my very first trip to Chicago in the 1990s, when I came here, I just started to curate. I had done my kitchen show, and I was invited to give a talk here at MCA. I'd never really done many lectures before, and I thought I need to kind of learn something. Whenever I go to a city, you know, I do these interviews with pioneers because I want to learn. So I went to see Stadsterkel, and I wanted to ask him everything I always wanted to know about how to conduct an interview, but also really how to use interviews to write books, how to transform interviews into books. And also, of course, how to kind of keep an archive together. And he had thousands of hours. I had only about 100 hours at the time, so it was just beginning my own archive. And so in a way, Stats Terkel's advice has been very precious, and I followed a lot of his advice. So we would like to dedicate, actually, this marathon to his memory, to Stats Terkel. And you will see during the marathon, there will be lots of clips and moments when we can remember Stats Terkel. I wanted to also acknowledge the late Leon Golub and Nancy Spiro, who were very close friends of mine. And that's, of course, another Chicago connection. And they always said, you know, we need to connect to Monster Roster. So we're incredibly delighted that for this marathon, we have an interview with Dominic DiMeo, who is now actually in New York City. He couldn't travel, but the interview is there and it's part of this marathon. And I think you can pick up a copy of the magazine on your way in or on your way out. It's on the desk, and it's this interview about the Monster Roster movement, which we felt is very important as part of the memory here. Now, the marathon will have a couple of recurrent questions, which we think is interesting. Eric Hobsbawm always told me that, you know, in our digital age, we have more and more information, and it's necessary that maybe there is also memory, and maybe actually amnesia is somewhere at the core of this digital age. So he said we need to kind of protest against forgetting, and for this reason, I think it's always interesting to ask about, you know, pioneers who have inspired our speakers today. So I'm going to ask everyone today, you know, who are their mentors, who are their Stats Terkels in a way, who, you know, gave them courage and energy, and hopefully will rediscover and discover through that a lot of also forgotten, you know, practitioners, and in a way contribute to that protest against forgetting. And, you know, often we can, of course, invent the future, no, with fragments from the past. We also thought it would be interesting to look at different Chicago archives, because that, of course, ties in with this connection. You know, I have to Chicago with archives, so we're going to not only have the Stats Terkel archive, we're going to have actually a connection to the Sun Ra archive. Many archives will be, you know, present in the conversation. I'm going to also ask about unrealized projects. I'm interested in this idea of projects which haven't happened yet, and, you know, future projects. And of course, very interested always in what is missing. When Ernst Bloch was pushed against the wall by Adorno to finally define what he meant in his writings, he said, you know, something is missing. So I'm interested in this idea, you know, what is missing in Chicago, and we're going to ask the speaker about unrealized projects and what, you know, Chicago needs, what is missing, what we could maybe, you know, think of inventing. And then, most importantly, we want to ask the speakers to ask each other questions. And you already could see it earlier, like in the green room, when we met with the different speakers, that, you know, many of the speakers had actually never met. They've lived in this city and live in this city for a long time, but had never encountered each other. And I always believe, you know, that junction making is key. It's important to bring people together. It's an advice I received from J.G. Ballard, and we should make junctions. And so in a way, I hope many new junctions will happen today between the speakers, between all of you. Also, after the marathon, we'll continue the conversation, you know, over drinks, and hopefully many more meetings can happen then. It's now the moment to introduce our very first speaker. Everything starts with Tim Samuelson, and we thought it would be amazing to have him here in this ballroom. He's the official cultural historian of Chicago, a role that finds him telling the stories of Chicago's past through exhibitions, books, public programs, media features. And if you want to know more, there is a longer bio of all the speakers in the little booklet, which you can pick up at the entrance. So there you find more about the speaker's CV and their different books. And now give a very, very warm welcome to Tim Samuelson.
Well, thank you very much. Great to be here.
Thank you very much. So, Tim, it seems important to start today's interview by talking about where we actually are. We are in a ballroom on a pier, or actually in Lake Michigan. And I wanted to ask you to tell us a little bit about where we are.
Well, you are in what started out as a structure that was planned in Daniel Burnham's Great Plan of Chicago from 1909. And they wanted to consolidate all of the lake shipping into one convenient location. But while you're doing that, you are building this giant structure out into the lake. And under Mayor Harrison at the time, the idea was, why not put a big public ballroom at the end where it can be a gathering place where even in the warm summer weather, you could come and get the cool breezes off of Lake Michigan. The Chicago Symphony could play amongst the waves of Lake Michigan and cultural events. The place, by the time it opened in 1916, this amazing place, the structure of it, you can see the rivets of steel. The engineer who made this great span did the metal work for some of Chicago's first skyscrapers and the birth of the skyscraper. Mayor Harrison's plan for a great cultural place at the end of the lake was disrupted a little bit by not being mayor at the time it opened. And who gets the job but William Hale, Big Bill Thompson, the master of political bluster, hyperbole, someone of the people, somebody who would be noisy. Rather than many of the cultural events in here, you had cheap beauty pageants, wild parties, in some cases some good things like a place of jazz. Here we have Mayor Thompson here, and he also was somebody who advocated the idea that America is going to be the center of the globe, and Chicago is going to be the capital of it all. And he said that we should steer clear of foreign countries and entanglements because it's America first. And he would come up with unexpected things like to please the Irish voters of Chicago. He said that if he ever met him, he was going to, quote, biff King George of England in the snoot. In other words, punch him in the nose. Well, we were stuck with him for 12 years, the last Republican mayor we've had since 1931. Thank God there aren't politicians like that running the government today. So that's kind of your background of where we are right now.
Maybe it's interesting to talk a little bit more about ballrooms in general, because Chicago has a big number of ballrooms, as far as I found out, from grand structures like this to also smaller neighborhood spaces. So in a way, it's very much part of a vernacular architecture. Can you tell us a little bit how they became such an important feature of Chicago's built environment?
Ballrooms and public gathering places are something that went throughout the city in different scale and stages. When many of the neighborhoods out that had ethnic backgrounds, these became the gathering places, a place you could have theatrical speeches, public events. Sometimes they would just be small spaces. In fact, many of the people who built the early ballrooms in Chicago very conveniently operated a saloon on the ground floor so that after the performance or the speech, you could go downstairs and discuss things further. And also, this was a great music town and some place that was an incubator of jazz. And so you had ballrooms that were places for dance and entertainment and amazing performances, big ballrooms like the Aragon, the Trianon, but also small ones you'll still find out in the neighborhoods like the Cinderella, and where the light fixtures are shaped like the slippers of Cinderella and where jazz and music once played. And they reinvent themselves over time in terms of how the neighborhoods change and the people who live there.
And what do you say about the energy of ballrooms? Because I spoke the other day with the great poet Etel Adnan, and she was talking about this idea of energy, of ballrooms. And they're obviously physical spaces. They're also social centers. People can meet.
Yeah, they're powerful places. In fact, in many cases, they are a gathering place which, unlike a formal theater where you have people lined up and kind of paying attention in one place, what we're kind of doing right now, people are more standing around as a collective group, and they react in unison. You can actually discuss and react as in the tenor of the ballrooms can change. And even some of the musical ballrooms, they even very early adapted them where they would change the lighting. And if you were playing a piece of music, the color would change to go along with the music. But noisy political speeches, protest, Those are things that take place in the ballrooms. You often think of a ballroom just as a place for dancing or fancy functions. They're real chameleons of public reaction.
Now, I'm curious also because you have a very interesting job title. You actually are the cultural historian of Chicago. And it's interesting because you're not working for a university or a museum as a curator, but you're actually working for a government. Can you tell us about this role and how it came about? And it doesn't exist in every city.
Well, in terms of my position with
Yeah.
the city? Well, I mean, my title is Cultural Historian of the City of Chicago. And at one point when they first proposed it, the talk was they were going to call it Curator of Chicago. And I said, I'm not taking responsibility for all of that. So it became Cultural Historian, and I put on exhibits, I organized programs, and you are looking at the entire staff of the Cultural Historian sitting right here. I wind up being the answer man for every kind of question you could ever imagine. And I always say that I pick up the phone, you don't know what the question's coming, and picking up the phone is a combination of Russian roulette and lightning jeopardy.
Now, I was also curious about the things you preserve and the objects you preserve. We were actually thinking maybe we could look at one.
Well, we can, and I mean, I'll admit it, I'm the history nerd. I'm lucky the history nerd wound up getting a job. And I have a lot of stuff. In fact, I have a storage place filled with things I won't even show my wife, because if she saw it, that would be the end of it right there. But I have brought things, and one of the things I've even done, in addition to my job as a cultural historian, is I've started my own not-for-profit archive, where I always was put off by going to a historical museum and seeing things behind a glass case and people putting on white gloves to see them. So I like the idea of having the historical objects that I've gathered, that I can put them in my pocket and I can hand them to people and they can connect with them. I think that's really the way to do it. Now, I'm not going to take some rare, fragile document and just toss them around, but common sense will say some things can hold up. So, for example, just to bring along today, trying to think what would be good, and part of the story of Chicago, of course, in the era of Big Bill Thompson, is the gangland era, where the thuggery of Al Capone and the gangsters were really setting the city on edge. So the Prohibition Bureau and the US government decides to break the grip on Chicago. And the head of the Prohibition Bureau goes, and he does, in a good Chicago tradition, wants to hire somebody to investigate and break up the illegal booze racket, because it was illegal for booze. So what do? You get your 25-year-old brother-in-law to head it up. But he was this great young man who, turns out, Eliot Ness, the great crime fighter, the person who they made the film The Untouchables, and in my pocket are my glasses. Thank you. And there they go again. Eliot Ness's handcuffs. So there we go. And it's something you can. In fact, if you want, you can even try them on. The lock still worked. The last time I did it, I do have the key. The other thing, too, is I did some reading into you, and I saw your piles of books and your library and your archive, and that's something that certainly I can relate to. So I also give you a souvenir to take with you, and if you're going to spend some time in Chicago, I am happy to present you with an original 1950 luridly covered paperback, Chicago Confidential. The lowdown on the big town. My pleasure.
Thank you.
And it was written almost 70 years ago, but there's a lot of basic truths about a city that doesn't follow the rules. It has its issues and its dynamics, but it's a special place like no place else.
Now, the list of things, and we spoke this afternoon, I did a long interview with Suellen Rocca, and we spoke about lists, the amazing lists of things in her work. And lists play a big role in your work. And there's such a long list of things you saved, you preserved, if it's the Chess Records offices, in South Michigan Avenue, the St. Louis Union Station, I mean, many, many buildings, various sites around the Bronzeville neighborhood, Walt Disney's birthplace, the American School of Correspondence. I mean, we could be here for hours listing, you know, the things you saved. And I was interested because who inspired you starting to save all of these things? Because I read that Richard Nickel somehow gave you the courage and the inspiration at the beginning. And I wanted to ask you to tell us about what made Richard so important for you.
Well, one of my great teachers was Richard Nickel, and I was just a teenager when I met Richard, and he was really one of the early advocates and fathers of modern urban preservation. So here we are in a city that is famed for its architecture of Louis Sullivan, Frank Lloyd Wright. In the 1950s, nobody really was paying, or not many people were paying attention. And when you tried to save a historic building, it was usually the home of somebody famous, like George Washington's house. So now you have a city that invented the skyscraper because land was precious. And you had people like Louis Sullivan who built the first skyscrapers, and not only built a tall metal frame building, but was able to teach the skyscraper how to soar and honestly express its materials. So suddenly you have in 1960 an early skyscraper by Sullivan, the old, but it was known as the Garrick Theater at the time. And it was deteriorating. People looked at it and said it was out of date. And Richard Nickel actually makes a sign, goes with a friend and starts to picket, saying not to tear the building down. Nobody had the guts to stand up for an old skyscraper. When you saw how dirty and shabby it looked, now nobody would think of tearing it down. But it built an entire historic preservation movement. And Richard actually very nicely kind of adopted me and taught me. And so we would go out to the neighborhoods of the south side of Chicago where buildings were going to be demolished. We would try to advocate for their preservation. We would lose. Richard would photograph the building. We'd get on our hands and knees and make measured drawings of them. We would save the building parts when it was over. It's kind of sad, but that's what you had to do. But with time, this momentum started to build, and now there is an advocacy for preservation, and also to take it beyond just the treasures of Chicago architecture, but things like the Chess Records building, a little modest two-story building on the south side of Chicago, where the great blues recordings of Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf were made. And that was actually threatened at one point too, and we were able to landmark that. And there is a power to these places. There is a vibe to these places. When you're able to visit them, you can pick up part of that vibe. In some ways, I believe these buildings are alive.
And maybe you've saved so many things and in a way have realized so many things. I was kind of wondering, because we know a lot about architects' unrealized projects, but we don't really know about any other practitioners' unrealized projects. Do you have any unrealized projects which have been too big to be realized, or dreams? What's your dream?
In terms of projects of myself and my own?
Your work, yeah.
Well, I'll say one of the things that I am working on realizing now is probably the most formidable and scary task of my entire life. And that is organizing my stuff while I still have the marbles and the mobility to do it. And it's a lot of things. So if I get hit by the proverbial bus, people look at things and say, "What's that?" And they'd say, like, "What the heck does this guy have a pair of handcuffs for?" So part of this is through what we're doing now is to organize things, photograph them, but also make it known they're available. And I've enjoyed it when there might be a small school or a program where they want to borrow an original piece of Louis Sullivan or Frank Lloyd Wright. And you go to the big museums and they say, "Well, we can't let that out, and you know, there's special care." I can send it out there because it's our own stuff. And so this is kind of almost anarchy in the way I like to run my archive, and making historical materials as freely available as possible. So it's a work in progress. That's my dream, and we're working on it.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. A big applause for Tim Samuelsson. Thank you. The amazing amazing poet and writer and sociologist Eve Ewing, who is also at the University of Chicago as a professor and has written extraordinary books. Electric Arches is the first book of hers I know, and of course, most recently, a book you all need to very urgently read, Ghosts in the Schoolyard, Racism and School Closing on Chicago's South Side. A very, very warm welcome to Eve.
How are you? The transcriptionist said writer and socialist instead of sociologist, but I'll take it.
So welcome, and I wanted to ask you, because we just were listening to, Sturz telling us to listen, I wanted to ask you, what does Sturz Terkel mean to you, and when did you first learn of him, and how did you begin to work with Sturz Archive?
Sure. So Sturz really stands out in our city's history as being one of our most important oral historians, and he engaged in an act of what I would consider a radical listening, because his ethos was that everybody deserves to tell their story. And if you go back through his archives, you hear him talking to Cesar Chavez and Martin Luther King and Mahalia Jackson and incredible legendary people, but you can also hear him walking up to people on the street or at a bar or on a train and asking them about their lives. And what he taught us is that there's so much glory and beauty and mystery in the everyday lives of regular people. And so that's the legacy of his that means so much to me. And I got involved with the show Bughouse Square when some folks from WFMT, which is where Sturz had his radio show for a really, really, really long time, approached me and said, we want to do a podcast as a way of kind of activating the audio archive. So it's been a really fun project, and the way each episode of the podcast works is that we bring in some archival audio of Sturz interviewing someone really phenomenal. Our first episode is James Baldwin. So there's a lot of podcasts. Everybody has a podcast today, but not everybody has James Baldwin on their podcast. So I'm like slightly flexing about that. And then I interview a person from the contemporary moment who kind of does analogous work or who brings insight into that. So it's been really fun.
And can you tell us a little bit more what's going to happen? Are you going to do more things with the archive? And how can we use an archive, in a non-nostalgic way to kind of produce the future?
Well, we'll see what happens with the future of the podcast. We're doing 5 episodes to start, but what I really hope is that people use it as an entry point into activating the archive for themselves. So I'm a big believer in the importance of archives. I think that we all have our own personal archives, but I see them as a mode of time travel. When you enter into an archive, you're speaking to somebody that's not there with you, and what they've left for you is an artifact to help them understand something about who they are and where they come from. And when it's an audio archive like this, it's so phenomenal. We have a great website where anybody, educators, librarians, can engage and listen to Sturz' interviews. When I was a Chicago public school teacher, I used to play Sturz' old archival audio interviews for my 6th and 7th graders, and they would then go interview people in their lives and bring them back. So I just think it's a really powerful example of this kind of radical listening.
And I was wondering, reading last night your wonderful book, The Ghost in the Schoolyard, and it's a very urgent book.
Thank you.
In this book, how it kind of connects to this idea of listening, because you're a sociologist, or as it says here, so, with a PhD from Harvard, and I was kind of wondering how you see a connection, between the work you do as a sociologist, where you write on the school closing, on the dramatic situation of school closing in Chicago, and how kind of listening to people, interviewing people enters that research. And I was also wondering how you connect to the way Sturz tried to kind of dissect the issue of race in America. That's another connection, I think, to the archive.
Well, first of all, thank you for reading the book, and I'm still in the new book phase where I'm like, oh, people are reading a book that I wrote. I think that listening is really at the core of it, because we live in a society and in a city where we are given messages all the time about whose life matters, about whose story matters, about who's important, about who is an expert on a topic, right? It's been a very contentious week in the United States as people have a really hard time believing women's accounts of their own lives, for example. And so listening becomes a way of undoing or eroding the paradigms that we have as a society about whose voice is speaking to fact and who has the right to say what is true and what is not true. And I try to use that as a tool in all of my work in poetry and in media and communications and writing and certainly in social science. And I think that one of the most important things for researchers to do is to just understand that no matter how many books you've read or how many degrees you have, everyone is an expert on their own life. That's something I really believe firmly. And so my job is to just try to listen, and I have the privilege of being given some time and space to write it down. And again, that's trying to enact the legacy of what Studs gave us, which is this example of just paying close attention to people.
Can you tell us about some other inspirations from the past, in terms of inspirations you had? I found a list of your favorite books which inspired you: Audre Lorde, Pops Up, Patricia Smith, Octavia Butler. Can you tell us a little bit about your inspirations, maybe not only for your sociology, but also for your poetry?
Sure. I think one of my biggest inspirations in how I try to live my life is, of course, Gwendolyn Brooks, whose centennial we celebrated last year. And she was a person who, much like Studs, believed that there's magic in the everyday and that there's something worth attending to in the neighborhoods all around us. And so she won the Pulitzer Prize for her book, A Street in Bronzeville, she was actually the first Black person to win a Pulitzer Prize for that collection of poetry. And the whole collection is premised upon this fact that that there's elegance and beauty and things worth observing in the regular neighborhoods all around us. So she's a really big influence on my work, as well as Studs.
And I was wondering also, in terms of the future, can you tell us a little bit what's next? Now that you've written this book, there's all these parallel realities in your work. What's next? And also we spoke, yesterday with Theaster Gates about this question, what's going to happen with the future of Chicago? And I was asking him, what's going to happen, who will be the next mayor? And Fiasta said, it's not only a question of who will be the next mayor, but it's also a question about what we can all do and about, in a way, and particularly in relation to this school question, I was kind of wondering, in a DIY way, what's your advice? What can we do to address that?
Oh, that's so many good questions. Okay, what's the future? Well, I'm an Afrofuturist, and so I don't think about linear time. I think that the future and the past are always happening. That's why I write about ghosts and time travel and all this. I find a legitimate way of somehow bringing that into my professional life, that I really just believe in time travel. So I think that the future is constantly happening every time we make everyday choices. And so I think Theaster's right in that regard, that whoever's the next mayor of Chicago, every day we have a chance to try to live the type of city that we want to see in the future. And in terms of the future for me, I'm writing a lot of things that are kind of skirting the boundaries of reality. So I have this Marvel comic that's debuting in November that's about a girl from Chicago who is a superhero, Ironheart, so everybody should look for that. And I wrote a children's book called Maya and the Robot about a girl whose best friend is a robot. That's also coming out in 2020. So my own future is engaging a lot with the future, and but I'm also always kind of obsessed with the past, so I think they're just kind of the same thing.
And when we did, our Mexico marathon some years ago, which also led to a book, I realized that actually many poets, Carlos Fuentes told me about that many poets, Octavio Paz, Carlos Fuentes himself, had gone into politics. I was kind of wondering about that, kind of thinking also about Tim, who just spoke before, who, works within the city, and the conversation I had with Fiasta yesterday, John Latham and Barbara Stevini, who said with the Art Displacement Group, we need to bring art into society, we need to bring poetry into society. Is that something you're interested in?
Oh, absolutely. I don't even think about any kind of viable alternative. I think that whether I want to or not, everything I do is kind of politicized. As a Black woman just walking around being alive continues to be a contentious point, apparently. So everything I do in all of my poetry is very political, even if it doesn't seem to be on its surface, because I live in a country where it was illegal for my ancestors to read and write. And so the very act of saying I'm going to make my living by putting something on a paper is already politicized, whether I want it to be or not.
Now, you've realized so many things. You've written books, from poetry to sociology. You're incredibly present on social media, Instagram, Twitter, etc. But there must be some unrealized projects. And again, architects always publish their unrealized project, but we know very little about poets or sociologists' unrealized projects? What are your dreams? What are your...
Oh, I have 20 million unrealized projects, and
Tell us the most urgent one.
every day I pray for a little more time to execute some of them. Something I've been thinking about a lot is what it would mean to I've wanted to open a bookstore for many years. And so that's a project that is currently unrealized that I've been thinking about, and thinking about bookstores as community spaces and spaces to hire people who've been incarcerated or young people. So that's a currently unrealized project. If you check back with me in 10 years, we'll see if I pulled it off or not.
Can you give us another example of, because you have so many?
Oh, yeah. Well, you're trying to get me to spill all my best work here. I'm thinking there's a story that really fascinates me that I dug up from some archives recently that I talked about on social media, which is about a black woman who was attending the University of Chicago at the beginning of the 20th century. And she was kicked out of her sorority when her sorority sisters found out she was black. But she was being paid for, her tuition was being paid for by her uncle, who was kind of a notorious like vice den leader, gambler guy in Chicago, who had the great name of Mushmouth Johnson was his name. And so, and they have this whole amazing family story that's kind of like a mob drama. And someday I'd like to write about that. So that's another one.
Eve, thank you so, so much.
Thank
A big
you.
applause
So
for
good to meet
Eve.
you.
Thank you very much. A very, very warm welcome to Joseph Grigley. So Joseph, I wanted to begin with the beginning because we were listening to Eve, telling us about the Stadtstakel archive. And archives play a very important role in your work. I wanted to ask you to tell us a little bit about how that all began and your story with archives.
Well, the story with your archive, it's a key thing, because this goes back to when? 1995, I think, when we first met, and you first started doing your publication projects, and they struck me as something that didn't quite fit into the normal scheme of what an art publication was. They broke a lot of conventions, shall we say. And then I said to you, oh, please send me your publications on a regular basis. Archive them, organize them. And remember, first few years, that was nice and easy going. There would be one box with 5 publications, another box with 10 publications. Then all of a sudden, there were 20, there were 40, there were 60, there were 120, there were 500, there were 1,500. There were 2,200, and we're still growing. So that's a big part of it, trying to understand better how the art publication functions as a prosthesis, as an extension of exhibition, not simply as a supplement to it. And that's what registered to me. The publication as an exhibition, the exhibition as a publication, in the way that the publication works to take the exhibition somewhere the exhibition doesn't go.
And when we started this process, you already had, interest in other archives. And I remember particularly the archive of the late critic Gregory Badcock, which was actually the basis of your installation in the Whitney Biennial in 2014. And that's another very urgent book for all of you. If you haven't read it, which is actually the amazing book Joseph Dick on Badcock's archive. And that's really an archive which you saved. I mean, we're talking here about an archive which would have disappeared, a very important archive of art history, without you bringing it back in extremis. Can you tell us about the saga of the Badcock archive, why it is so important, what we can learn from it?
The Badcock archive is one that's not very well known, as much as Badcock himself isn't that well known. He started off as a painter in the 1960s and then became a critic and art historian. He earned a PhD at New York University. Then it so happened, I had a studio in Jersey City, New Jersey, that was in a large building that had originally been a big part of it devoted to a moving storage company. and they got kicked out of the building. And the artists who had studios in the building went in the space and wrote each paper design over the plates and books, and it was like, Gregory Babcock, wasn't he a critic? Wait a minute. So we gathered up everything, enough to fill about 7 or 8 boxes, and discovered that Babcock had been murdered back in 1980. And right away, it registered as something unusual. I mean, how many art critics are worth murdering? How many have been murdered? So we did a lot of work in trying to understand how the archive presented a cross-section of the art world of the 1970s. And like any archive, it presents material for questions that basically haven't been asked before. That's what every archive does. It's a kind of depository for future inquiries in a position that we're not really privileged to make at the moment. The real question for the archives is how to make the material useful for people in the future, how to make it accessible, how to map it.
And there are, of course, many more archives within your archive. Last night, we were at your place and looking at your archives there. And there is, of course, the archive of your conversations, your many, many thousands of conversations. And that has a lot to do with the relationship between the written language and speech. Can you tell us a little bit about this extraordinary archive of your conversations?
Well, the archive of conversations is pretty unusual in the sense that it's an archive of ordinariness. We talk about oral culture and so on. And what I didn't really recognize at the beginning was how important these were. Since I can't hear them and I can't really lip read people that well, I mean, lip reading is so inefficient. When you say vacuum, it looks like you're saying, fuck you. I mean, it's so easy to get things entirely wrong. So asking people to write things down helped to fix this. Could you fix it? Okay, thanks. So asking people to write things down helped avoid awkward, unpleasant situations. At first, I didn't know the importance of those little papers people were writing. But just after dinner with a friend where there were papers on the table, under the table, in the kitchen, on the couch, that I'd save them, put them aside, and one day looked at them. And they weren't really writing on paper. It was really a kind of talking on paper. It was perfectly ordinary material, things that we don't normally write down. And for me, that's where that kind of archive became so important. I think it was Jonah Friedman who once said about archives, they're just big waste paper baskets we never empty out.
Another archive within your archive, is the amazing archive of fly fishing. And we went together fly fishing this summer, and of course, didn't catch a fish, but because I don't know how to do it. But you're a great expert at fly fishing. And in your archive, there are these amazing, amazing objects from the fly fishing research and books. You've got you're a world expert in fly fishing. So I wanted to ask you, what's the connection between art and fly fishing?
That's a really good question. It's more about the flights themselves in art. With fly tying in art, basically you're using materials to make something else. And in the process, you're making meaning. And for me, fly tying is just one of those things that, in a certain sense, has nothing to do with art, yet has everything to do with art. In the archive of flights and fly tying materials works like all these other archives. It has questions about process, methodology. We tend to think of art as being about the product, the exhibition, the art that's in it. But what about the point of getting there? This is what the archive tends to hold. The process of making, the process of moving, the process by which we arrive at a certain destination or a product. So for me, getting inside, fly tying, shows a lot of what goes on in art making at the same time.
I wanted to ask you also, we spoke with Yves before about the unrealized projects, and of course there must be projects which have been too big to be realized or too small to be realized. The range of unrealized is really wide. They're either too big or too small to be realized, or projects which have been forgotten, or lost public art commissions, or maybe also projects which were censored, or as Doris Lessing, my friend Doris Lessing always said, there are also the projects one maybe doesn't dare to do. So it's a kind of self-censorship. That's another range of the unrealized projects. There are many, many reasons why a project can be unrealized. So I wanted to ask you to tell us about some of your unrealized projects. Or, as a matter of fact, maybe unrealized archives.
I'm trying to think of one particular project I did that I never realized it as a public art project. To give a little bit of context, I'm often asked who my favorite artist is, and I frequently respond, Thurgood Marshall. And people look at me, Thurgood Marshall, but he was a lawyer and Supreme Court judge. How can he be so important? And for me, I started thinking about how what he did, it's one of these impossible things. Trying to get people, and Brown versus Board of Education, to see a very fundamental human issue in a very different way. And in a certain sense, that's what a lot of us try to do as artists, get people to see the world fundamentally different way. His work inspired me to do a lawsuit as an art project that isn't well known at all. It's called United States of America versus GPH Management. It's related to the Gramercy Park Art Fair when they had very inaccessible conditions. The challenge was to get Department of Justice in to change things. And for me, it was a 15-year journey from beginning to end. It wasn't done specifically as an art project, but for me, the unrealized nature of it is to get it recognized as an art project, to see that the kind of activism that really means something to our country and to the people of the world is through what we do legislatively, legally, to change things.
That leads us to the next question, really, which is, what is missing? I'm very interested in this Chicago Marathon to explore what's missing, what does Chicago need. And, of course, Yves, in her extraordinary book and also in the conversation this afternoon, told us about the schools which go missing and the emergency this creates within the city. What is missing, in your view? What is urgent?
A mayor who can do basic math. A mayor who can understand how our pension commitments, if we don't have the money to pay them, are going to get us up shit creek, and that's where we are. So yeah, I think a mayor who can do basic math, it's the one thing we're missing.
There could not be a better conclusion, Joseph. And as a last question, because we've been looking at the images of the archive, I just wanted to ask you if some of our visitors here today, or some of our participants in the marathon, whoever is here today, wants to visit the archive. How does one visit the archive in the School of the Art Institute?
We have a website, huarbrits.org, which represents and shows all the various activities that we're doing in the archive. And there's contact information. If anyone would like to visit your archive there, following the website and contact me, and we set up an appointment, and they can see 25 years of publications and publication projects. And right now we have an exhibition of your hotel drawings up. A lot of people don't know you do drawings. And this is one of the secrets that we found in the Berlin apartment, a whole box filled with their drawings.
And we're going to see another clip now of Stads Terkel. And just as a sort of matter of transition, I wanted to ask you to tell us what Stads means for you. Stads Terkel, what Stads Terkel means for you, why? Eve was telling us about, how important Stads is for her and how she makes a podcast, a very contemporary podcast, very 21st century podcast based on this archive.
Sorry about that, technical problems all the time. Anyhow, I was looking at that quote. When you first asked Stads Terkel for advice, and he said, listen to people. Listen to the silence. That was a beautiful comment that he made. Maybe there's a hurt in the silence. So, to be honest, I really don't know Studs' work. I've never heard him. I've been deaf for 51 years, but that quotation really registered for me. The importance of the pause, the silence. So, yeah, that's what means a lot to me.
Amazing, Joseph. Thank you so much. A big applause for Joseph Quigley. We have today a historic occasion. It's the first time ever that Gerald Williams, Art Green, and Sue Ellen Rocca meet. Please give them a very, very warm welcome. Gerald is a painter and founding member of the artist collective AfriCobra. Art Green, original member of the Harry Who, and Sue Ellen Rocca as well, an original member of the Harry Who. A very, very warm welcome. And I wanted to begin maybe with a few individual questions, and we'll keep that short because I thought it would be nice that you actually ask each other questions, right? So I think you've prepared a couple of questions for each other, but I wanted to ask a few specific questions. I wanted to ask Gerald first to tell us about AfriCobra and to tell us what was the inspiration behind the name of this group, and also if there were manifestos. Because I went to see the exhibition yesterday, the extraordinary exhibition, and was kind of wondering, if there were texts or manifestos behind it and how the name was found.
AfriCobra was an offspring of several artists who had worked on the Wall of Respect, a tribute to heroes familiar to the Black community and to the world in general. They completed the wall in 1967. Wadsworth Gerald, Barbara Jones Hogu, and Jeff Donaldson were three of the artists who helped paint the wall. They felt, especially Jeff Donaldson, felt that the need to kind of continue the energy and the process of relating to the community. And Jeff had gotten together some artists to form some kind of a group to discuss ways in which artists could be involved in being active in the community as artists. So he had Wadsworth, Jay Gerald, his wife, and Barbara Jones Hogu and myself come to a meeting, and we just talked in general about conditions in the city, about world events, and a whole potpourri of issues going on that we discussed at several meetings over the couple of years. The name AfriCobra is acronym for African Commune of Bad Relevant Artists. And bad in the sense of being, hey, that's bad, you know, that's, I think we all kind of relate to that vernacular. At any rate, over the years, over months, we began tossing ideas into a reservoir, so to speak, of, well, what can we do as artists that nobody else has done, or what ideas can we express that need to be amplified and magnified? So we developed some principles that include a concept of color that meant that we would break away from Eurocentric modalities and sensibilities, and felt that color was something that we didn't have to limit, that we could use color unlimited. At the time, as many of you may remember, color was all over the place, you know, with the modes of dress that a lot of people adapted to express themselves. It was common for somebody to wear a pair of purple pants and a green shirt, or just an uninhibited use of color in fashion. There are other elements as well. We decided that we would do a work based on the principles that we had decided to experiment with. The subject of the work was the Black family, which was key to the strength and development of our community. Each artist brought in their perception of the Black family. Mine was based on the James Brown song, "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud." The others did paintings that expressed their views. From that sprang some other works. We decided that, well, maybe we need a name. The word cobra had been used previously as a possibility, but that was a synonym for coalition of Black revolutionary artists. Excuse me a second, I thought that was all.
There. Maybe it's an urgent question coming in, yeah.
Well, you've heard the expression smartphone. They're only as smart as the user, believe me. So we decided on the name AfriCobra, and that has endured for 50 years.
And who were your inspirations? Because we spoke a lot with everybody else before, so far today, about, you know, the future invented with fragments from the past, and who were artists of previous generations who inspired you? where were the inspirations for AfriCobra?
I don't have any specific inspirations from the past. I can tell you maybe in a roundabout way that I took a class in design from an artist, some of you may know Seymour Rosofsky. And indirectly, he kind of influenced what I was about. I was at Chicago Junior College at that time. And I brought in some drawings, and some of them included some ballet dancers. And he looked at them and then looked at me and said, well, what do you know about ballet? Draw what you know. Draw about stuff that you know. And I wasn't offended by his comment, but I understood what he was talking about. You know, there was this rich community out on the South Side where I grew up, and it was the feeling that there's a vibration out there. There are thoughts and feelings and ideas that are out there in that community. And you know, although I had at that time recently gone to see a ballet, something called Coppelia or something like that. It was, you know, movement and color in the music were all kind of universal ideas in the sense that everybody generally appreciates music and ballet from other cultures. That was an indirect influence. I went to a high school that no longer exists, Inglewood High School. A member of the marathon later on will be on this platform, Richard Hunt, a preeminent sculptor in Chicago and in the country and in the world. I read about him winning a prize at the Art Institute. I believe at that time he was fresh out of high school. He was a young man. And I read about him in the Tribune. Some people in the school talked about him, and I didn't necessarily want to pursue art as a career field, but it happened during my freshman year at Roosevelt University, just down Michigan Avenue.
And you mentioned energy, and I wanted to ask Swellen, because that brings us in a way also to Harry Hu, because both groups or movements have a lot to do with an amazing energy which happened between the members. And you said there was a lot of energy passed between the members of Harry Hu, and a lot of someone bringing their interests in a certain kind of thing and opening it up to the others. Can you tell us about the beginnings of this energy of the Harry Hu? And as far as I understand, there was a catalyst involved.
Yes, so what you're asking is how the Harry Hu became the Harry Hu? Well, at the Hyde Park Art Center on the South Side, where Don Baum was the director, Don, who I call the impresario, he's so important to the history of art in Chicago. He had been having these shows called Animal, Vegetable, and Mineral, and they were large group shows. And all of us, I think most of us or all of us in what later became the Harry Hu, showed in these exhibitions. Although they were large group shows, so we only showed one piece. And Jim Faulkner and Jim Nutt approached Don Baum with the idea of a smaller group show, which would include Jim Nutt, Jim Faulkner, myself, Art Green, and Gladys Nielsen. And the idea being that I think in their minds our work would be very compatible, would show very well together, and we could show more work in as much as it was only 6 artists, well, 5 at that time. So Don liked the idea, and he suggested adding Carl Worsom to the group. So we got together to plan the shows, and if you know the individuals, it was a laugh session. We laughed and we joked and we threw lots of ideas around, and then we got off on a tangent, and we started talking about a radio program on WFMT that was hosted by Henry Boris, who was an art critic and artist. And we weren't so keen on some of his ideas, thinking that maybe sometimes he was a bit pompous. And so we're saying Harry, we're talking about Harry Boris. And in walks Carl Worsom, and he says, "Harry who? Who's this Harry?" And that's how the name Harry Who came to be. So he changed the name Harry to Hair, Harry Who. I think what was very unique about our exhibitions, 3 of which occurred at the Hyde Park Art Center in '66, '67, and '68, was that they were really, truly collaborations. We worked individually as artists in our own studios, making our work, but we collaborated on creating a comic book for each show. In lieu of a catalog, we created a comic book. We also collaborated on the posters for each of the shows. And truly, when we installed the shows, they were not just, we installed the shows ourselves, and the work, I would say, became more and more like an early installation, so that in the 3rd show, in '68, we covered the walls of this rather nondescript space, nondescript in the sense it wasn't really even originally a gallery space, and it was kind of awkward, the space itself. But we covered some of the walls with 1940s flowered linoleum. And if you go to see the show that's on right now at the Art Institute, the Harry Who show, they have found almost exactly the same kind of wallpaper that, not wallpaper, did I say wallpaper? I meant flowered linoleum. Almost exactly the same kind of flowered linoleum that we used in the '68 show, which is really pretty incredible. Anyway, so they were collaborations. We also did quirky things like in one of the shows we hung price tags from the corner of the paintings, big yellow price tags with that said like $99.99, and we had cases full of our thrift store finds, old toys, and things, objects that were important to us. And then we were invited to show at the San Francisco Art Institute, at the Corcoran Museum in DC, and at the School of the Visual Arts in New York.
That's a wonderful answer, and that leads us straight away, also to the question which, of course, Gerald has already answered, and I wanted to maybe ask Art to tell us about that in terms of the Harry Who. Who were the kind of inspirations? Who were the teachers? Because, of course, both Swellen and you, Art, were in Vera Burdick's class together. And both of you told me in our previous conversation we had actually here at Expo when we did the panel 3 years ago about the importance of Ray Yoshida. And I think, both Vera Burdick and Ray Yoshida need to be remembered. So I was curious if you can tell us a little bit about these influences and inspirations.
Yes, we didn't have all the same teachers, but Ray Yoshida was one important teacher for many of us. Another one was, for me, Vera Burdick, who taught printmaking, and Tom Capsalis. And they were all independent spirits in one way or another. Ray Yoshida was very interested in helping his students and encourage them find out what they were interested in. And it didn't have to be high art. He was interested in all kinds of pop culture things, comic books, and so on. He and a group of friends would go to Maxwell Street, and we went down there and found tremendous treasures and a variety of interesting things to see and listen to. Blues players who were up early Sunday morning to pass the hat, and he was very interesting because I found he was terrifying, actually, because he would tell you exactly what he thought in a way that was memorable. And later on, I found a critique. It's printed in a catalog for a show they had at the old Carson's building in honor of Ray Yoshida. And it printed a critique sheet, and he had written on it, just to remind himself, his criteria for critiquing art. And one of them was, is it brave or is it cowardly? Is it true or is it false? He didn't want anyone to jump on anyone else's bandwagon. And he would point out when you were doing that. And he would tell you, well, you've been promising long enough, you'd better get to work. He was a bracing influence. Vera Burdick, in my experience, was very interesting as well, because she would teach, but she would often sit in the corner of the studio working on a plate. She had a source hidden inside the R.H. Donnelly Company, who printed Time and Life and all these magazines, and they gave her the proof plates that they used to print the proofs of the magazine before they made the rotary plates to print the magazine. And she would sell those to the students or give them to students, and she would work on them herself. And there would be images on them. And she would scrape away parts and add other parts. And she introduced me, along with Ray and others, to using the world around us in our work. And not thinking for inspiration to come on high, but to look around at your feet and see where you were standing. And she was extremely influential, and I remember Sue Ellen working on these big plates next to me. I think they were that big. And they were kind of catalogs of jewelry and other items related to passages in one's life. I've run out of words.
But thank you very much. And I have many more questions, and we could talk about lots of other inspirations. Sue Ellen told me a lot this afternoon about the Field Museum, and that was interesting. Not the Field Museum of today, but the Field Museum of that moment as an inspiration. And that's, I recently interviewed Betty Saar in LA, and she told me about David Hammons and her visit to the Field Museum, and that completely, inspired their practice. But we don't have time for all of that. What we do have time for, however, is the questions you have for each other. So maybe, I don't know who wants to start.
Well, I have a question for you, Gerald. I noticed on your biography that you've done a lot of teaching, and that you've also taught in some unusual, or in an unusual capacity as arts and crafts director with is it the Marines or the Army? Is that correct? And almost, all right. And I was wondering because I've done a lot of teaching in a lot of different situations too. So I was wondering how that influenced your work, if it did, or whether that, it obviously was meaningful to you because you did it for quite a length of time. So if you could talk about that.
Well, teaching was never the bulk of my career. It was an important part. I was director of arts and crafts for the Air Force, retired after 22 years. It may be something that raises eyebrows when I tell people that, and they say, "Well, what is that?" It's part of the human side of the military. As you know, the military provides recreational facilities and resources for the members. A golf course, a fitness center, a library, the whole works. It's the same as exists in most communities. There was an arts and crafts program that was begun, I think, in the 1930s to provide members an opportunity to pursue their interests in arts and crafts. There are many, many talented individuals who are members of the armed forces and in their spare time pursue some of the classes that we offered, participated in contests, and the whole spectrum of events that we helped to facilitate for them. Even include a woodworking shop where they could make furniture and various other wood projects, and an automotive repair facility where they could work on their own cars. And I might have said that it's something that was available. I think over the years, at least since I retired, the program has kind of diminished in importance, or in the list of priorities. My job was to kind of tie all that together in several locations.
I was interested because I've taught in some unusual situations. I taught a program, very interesting program for the Department of Children and Family Services for children in foster care. And, I loved working with that program. And I taught a program at the Art Institute, taking 4- and 5-year-olds up to the gallery to look at works of art. And boy, that was a trip. That was so much fun because they really see things. So I think teaching for me in all these different kinds of situations has been inspiring. I love children's art. I'm very inspired by children's art, and I taught preschoolers and so forth. So,
but did you have to beg the leaders for money?
No. No, it was more direct teaching, yeah.
That was the main part of it.
Yeah, I didn't have to write a budget.
Yeah, that was the main facet of what I had to do.
And I think, Sweden, you had a question for Art also, no?
I know art so well, I wasn't sure. I have a question for Art. I admire Art so much, and I love knowing him and showing work together with him. I guess, do you have a project that you have in mind to do in the future?
The future keeps getting closer and closer and shorter and shorter. My big project that is probably too ambitious for me to complete in this lifetime is to clean up our basement. And believe me, when I finish a painting, I often think, well, that's it. I've done it all. No one should top that. And then after a while, doubts start creeping in, and I start getting irritated with myself, and I start to do another painting. But I don't have a painting. I hope I have a painting in my future, but I do hope to complete some more of those as well. But, you know, it is a matter of organizing your life, and so cleaning up my basement is probably a metaphor for cleaning up all the mess I've made over my life, and leaving it in some state where whatever poor soul has to assess it after I'm gone will have some guidance in the matter and not just throw up their hands and say, well, take it all away.
Well, I have to say, Hans, that I've been inspired by thinking about archives. I think I shared with you that I've saved everything, every clipping, every catalog, but it's not in any kind of order that makes sense. And, you know, perhaps working with somebody else, collaborating, learning more about how to do, you know, I think it's very interesting. And your approach to archives is so totally creative that it's very inspiring.
Thank you so much. Do we have questions from Gerald or Art for each other?
Yeah. Did all of you know each other before you became Harry Hu?
We did. As Swellen said, there were not very many galleries, public galleries here at the time, and there were not any of them that were particularly interested in our work. And there were a lot of young graduates from the Art Institute, and we used to, there were big group shows. There were group shows at Illinois Institute of Technology. There was an artist organization that was set up called PAC, which we were involved in, that organized shows. And then Don Baum at the Hyde Park Arts Center. And we had met through those. I think I had met everyone in the group, and I think we mostly knew each other. I knew Carl from seeing him on the way to school, and Carl was a mystery man, a man of mystery. He came, but he was a very rational person and interesting. And one day I screwed up my courage. He was a little older than me, and he was in the cafeteria. He wore a hammer hanging from one side of his pants and a flashlight hanging from the other. And people had wondered, but were too scared to ask, why do you have this? And I screwed up my courage, egged on by my friends, and I said, Carl, what's with the tools? And he said, well, I live in a loft, and there's a very tall stairway with one light bulb about 20 feet ahead, and there's no window in the door. So I have my flashlight in case the light goes out. Aha. And so I said, well, why do you have a hammer? Well, I have a padlock on the door, and I'm afraid I'll forget the combination. So I have my hammer. And so I knew and admired Carl. I saw a show of his at the Sedgwick Gallery up by North Avenue, and it was right on the second or third floor, and the L train came along and made a sudden right-degree turn before the window in the Sedgwick Gallery. And he had a show in this gallery, and the train would come screeching up around the corner, and it looked like it was coming right at you, and then it would suddenly turn away and be gone. And then I looked at Carl's picture, it had the same effect. So we pretty well knew each other.
Was there a dominant big dog in the group? Somebody
I was a small dog.
Somebody who kind of like held sway and
well, I think that people would have different views. It was a group effort, but as Swellen said, Jim and Jim Faulkner had both worked in art galleries, and I think they had more experience in the art world than we did. And they're the ones who went to, and Gladys Nielsen went to Don Baum and suggested the show. And we always had our meetings in Jim's and Gladys's apartment, which had stars painting on the ceiling. It was in the basement.
And clouds, clouds.
And clouds, yes. And so there was a sort of, you know, I listened to them with great respect. And also Carl, I think we all admired Carl, and as I said, he was a bit of a mystery, and we didn't know him all that well. And I think we were all affected, I think, by each other's presence. But Carl, with his penchant for punnery of the best or worst kind, depending on your point of view, affected us all. And we had, our meetings were structured on a rigorous principle of free association. So whatever came up, we would develop that, and then what that rhymed with, we'd probably go there. And it's a wonder we got anything done.
Sven and Gerald, thank you so, so much. Thank you. A very big round of applause. And let's hope that this is the beginning of many dialogues between AfriCobra and Harry Hu. Another big round of applause for Gerald Williams, Art Green, Sven and Rocca, Jean Gang, and Barbara Kasten. Please give them a very, very warm welcome. And of course, we are immersed here. We are sitting on the stage, which Barbara Kasten has so very kindly designed for the occasion. So this is maybe the beginning of the conversation. We were waiting. I didn't want to speak actually about it until you were on stage. So grateful, Barbara, for this amazing work you have created for the marathon today. And I wanted to ask you to tell us about it, because it somehow connects also to Jean and to architecture, because you said that it brings together Mies, Moholy-Nagy, and yourself.
That's right. What you see behind me is an assemblage that's not welded together. It's a grouping that's balanced on each other. And they're tables, the table bases from the students at the Illinois Institute of Technology. And my concept was to give some honor to these two great immigrants that came to Chicago and changed our landscape as well as our educational process, and really affected photography, which is one of my major disciplines. So this is, I called it, what did I call it? Intervention, and it's a merging then of my sensibilities with theirs.
And obviously, you often construct assemblages. I saw your great show last time I was in Chicago, which Sarah Herder had curated at the Graham, I think. And there are elements often which are not fixed together. They're somehow very often in a provisional state, in a state of flux. Can you tell us what's behind this approach to space?
Well, I think it started because my photography is a recording of sculptural elements that I place in front of the camera. And so those elements are very flexible because I move them around to compose on the back of a large view camera. And so I never make things permanent. They're all very flexible. And so I continued with that process, and I tried to introduce some sense of balance and construction that I think relates to architecture and the kind of imagery that you provide when you put a building together. So I'm like, I think, akin to the kinds of things you do. In fact, I'm much older than Jeannie, but had I been her age, I think I probably would have been an architect too.
And can you tell us about, because in the 70s, there is a very architectural aspect in your work, because you began building these large-scale models in your studio, and they were actually then photographed. What triggered that? How did that all begin?
How did it begin? I think it was because I got into photography with a series of photograms that I did. in doing those photograms, they were large scales. I had to arrange objects on top of a light-sensitive paper. And so that sort of construction of objects to create the image is where I think it all started.
And where would you say are the unrealized projects? I was wondering, because many of your projects have an architectural dimension. Did you ever think of building buildings or building architecture? Do you have projects which were too big to be realized, or as a matter of fact, too small to be realized? Or?
No, I don't think I'll be in competition with Jean at all. I think, though, that I would love to work more closely with an architect to maybe realize some projects. And now that I've been able to present sculpture for sculpture's sake rather than for a photograph, I think there are more possibilities that probably I can collaborate in some way.
And you were inspired by, of course, Moholy-Nagy, Mies, as we said initially, but you were also inspired by a lot of light artists from California. You told me that James Turrell was important. You said in another interview, McCracken, also Craig Kaufman. Can you tell us a little bit about these influences?
Well, I think they were because I lived in California. There was lots of sunshine. There was experimentation with industrial materials, and those, because I really started to make photography or photographs that I could incorporate into my painting. I didn't train as a photographer. I was into painting, and so the whole idea of using cyanotype, which is what the photograms were, was to see if I could find a merging of process that I could then apply to painting. So I didn't come to it from challenging any issues with photography. I really tried to make it part of a new way of dealing with painting.
And also you've always explored film and moving image. Can you tell us about how that began? And you've revisited that lately.
Well, because I make these movable sets to photograph, and I use a light that projects colored shadow just as it does here. If you move the light, it creates movement, of course. And what I did was record that movement and display it. In the case of what Hans saw was onto a structure that I had built in white with geometric shapes that were similar to what was in the video, and then the video with the sculpture in the middle of it, the sculpture with objects in the middle of it, and then the video projected on top of it became a three-dimensional movement, both in real space and in the illusion of a photographic video.
And what about geometry? Because many years ago I went to see César Domela in Paris. He was almost 100 years old, and he talked about Mondrian, and he talked about these different aspects actually of Mondrian not supporting when things were not geometric. He couldn't bear when even a matchbox was not in the right angle. And you're also quite a perfectionist, and geometry plays a big role. So I was curious if you can talk a little bit about geometry.
Well, if you had been here earlier and seen me trying to light this, it's like, move that over an inch. It's very much part of my nature to be a perfectionist and to try and see things. Well, actually, I'm seeing it through my eyes. You're going to see it through your eyes. So it has to kind of work from many different perspectives. But the one that I know is mine, so I make it to be the perfect vision from my point of view.
And we've been speaking, and that leads us then also the questions I have for Jean, and my last question to you for this first round. We've been talking about, what is missing, what is urgent, what does Chicago need? How do you feel about that in 2018, living in this city?
But I don't think it needs anything but more of what it's already done and been. And I think we have been a very open city to immigrants and to people of talent from many different places. And I would just like to make sure that remains. Maholi and Mies were both immigrants. My grandparents were immigrants. And so I think that's a very important aspect of Chicago that I really would like to see continue.
Thank you very much. And that, of course, leads us big applause for Barbara. And that leads us right away to Jean. Wanted to ask you what is missing? What does Chicago need? You've been speaking, you know, very fascinating book of Eve, The Ghost in the Schoolyard, about racism and school closing in Chicago. It's a very critical moment in this city. There is a change of mayor. What does Chicago need? Where does Chicago go?
Yeah, I think in general the city is not connected enough to each other. There are very disparate parts, and the people in each different part don't normally come in contact, and it's getting worse because of the vast inequity. So we need something to glue us together again, and to make us each aware of the other and to engage with each other. So that's very abstract, but I think that's essentially, I think our city's kind of, it's like, you know, space, moving out from each other. Everyone is kind of orbiting, and it needs to have something shocking, something to happen to bring us back, to have a common cause.
And there are, of course, artists known for having, you know, a social practice. Joseph Beuys talked about social sculpture, and you are an architect who has a strong social practice. That basically your buildings and visions always address larger social issues around public space, or also climate change. I was reading your book yesterday about the river and the water in Chicago. I was kind of wondering how you came to this particular way of being an architect and why it's important for you.
You know, it wasn't something that was planned out ahead of time. It's just being who I am, and the other architects that I work together with as a collective. We just use architecture as a medium to explore space and form, but we also see that it has this power to do something more. And so we try to employ it, or the way of thinking about the city and space, to make things become the city that we want it to be, if that makes sense. So it's just a way of being in the world, and it's, you know, how can we use our talents to do things that we want to see happen, to make it, to kind of be a catalyst. And architecture has that ability to do that. And what we've been trying to do recently is, where we have an urban practice as well, with urban design and thinking on a bigger scale, but combining those kind of longer term planning ideas with immediate short-term architecture, exciting architecture that can help catalyze something. So for the river, it was really, you know, thinking long-term, how do we unreverse the river if we really want to think about the environmental impact of what we're putting into the system that ends up in the Gulf of Mexico. But how to do that really comes down to getting people to feel ownership about the river and feel like they care about it. So the Boathouse project was really a kind of an idea of how architecture can be a catalyst to start building stewardship and a constituency around the river.
And how can architecture listen? You know, because Stadts Terkel talks about this importance, you know, of listening. How can architecture listen?
Well, architects can listen, and I think that's a really powerful tool, especially with the urban projects. We've developed ways to engage the community and to act, you know, I guess we never learn that in school as architects, but it's such an obvious thing. Like, we should just be able to ask people what they want to see in their community. And there's amazing, surprising, great ideas there. It doesn't mean that the community members are sitting down and designing it, but there are real strong ideas of what people feel they need in their communities. And so we've just started to ask and listen to find out what those ideas are. So.
And can you tell us maybe, because it's interesting that architecture, can be this tool for addressing social or environmental problems or issues. Can you tell us maybe an example how a building can do that? Because obviously buildings are also very slow, and so I'm interested in how can we combine urgency?
Urgency.
Conundrum.
You mean in trying to
address these issues?
The idea is it's what we build too. So for example, the past 10 or 15 years, a lot of like major architects are doing very important buildings, cultural buildings and things. But I think there's a lot of design thinking that can come to everyday architecture. So in our office, we always try to keep a certain number of community projects going to be able to have that direct engagement. And so it's like the idea of designing a boathouse, for example, or a community center. It might normally just be you're too busy doing other big things, but these are things that are really the change agents, I think. So we always try to keep those in there. As far as the design goes, how can it be more accessible? How do you make people feel that they have empowered to be in that space? And those are some of the things that we think about in our design.
We're also thinking that it would be nice that you ask each other a question.
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering, we in Chicago are lucky enough to have a couple of your buildings and add to our beautiful landscape. But you're a world-renowned architect. You have global projects. And so I wonder, why is it that you stay here? Not why do you like Chicago, but why do you stay here as your main office?
Yeah. Well, that's a great question. I think the one really basic answer is I started my practice here and built it up, and it's a family, and we're very connected into the community, and so it's just where it started, and we put down roots, so to speak, here. But I think the thing that initially attracted me was this idea about building and construction, and kind of there was space to experiment outside of the glare, let's say, and we still use it in that way in our office here, doing built experiments and collaborations with artists. It's very easy to do. It's a community of artists and architects that can connect, and so we really like that part of it. And I think most of even though we do have an office in New York and now in San Francisco, but it's kind of the home office, and this is where we gather around.
And it has to be inspiring to young architects and young people that you are in your hometown and you don't fly off to New York. I mean, you literally do fly to New York, but you don't take everything and go and, like to the Big Apple. And that's really, I think, a vote of confidence in who Chicago is and can be. And I think it attracts other people of your caliber, which I think is important.
We have a lot of, our communities now, our architecture community is not always geographically based, or, even our friends and things that are, oftentimes you can connect with people without having to be in the same space. But there is this loci that we need, and one of the things that we liked about Chicago very much is just this ability to have more space to do bigger experiments, to do the making aspect that's so easy to do here, and that we also think that a lot of times people have different conditions in their lives, like if you want to start having kids, it's very hard to do it in Manhattan. And so we've had migrations from our office from New York to here, and also vice versa. So it's kind of nice to now be able to accommodate
Right.
different lifestyles.
Well, I totally concur with the ability to find space. So as an artist, you know, and one that has aspirations to do big art, it's very difficult to find space in some of the major cities that I've lived in, LA and New York. And here it's accessible, it's affordable, and it's part of a community where a lot of young people, you can have exchanges with young people, and I really in particular like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you have questions for Barbara?
Yes. One thing that we didn't get to touch on so much is I think we share in common is this joy of working with materials and the qualities that they have. And so, and I know that you studied at the California College of the Arts and Crafts, and I'm currently designing their new facility. So I'm really interested if that interest in materials started there, and also if you could talk about how you think of material, how does it inform your work, and what makes you choose one material or another, and just to expand on that.
Exactly. I think we could talk about that for a long time because materials are, I think, the genesis of what I do. They really inspire the form. I find a material that's interesting to me and I try to push it to the point where it begins to tell me what it wants to do and how it reacts. This material here, for instance, the plexiglass, has a special quality where the edges glow, and that comes from it being a material that was very popular in the 80s, but no longer exists in the same amount of color available. And so when I found it, I found ways to work with it, both to photograph and to use in the set. So I think, you know, materiality is one of the most important aspects, I think, to my work and to my process.
That's great.
It could almost be the conclusion. I do, however, have the last question. I asked already Barbara about, you know, who inspired you, and we met first actually when you worked with Rem and on the Bordeaux house. Of course, Rem was an inspiration, but a lot has been written about that. But I wanted to ask you today about Lina Bo Bardi, because I think a lot which has been discussed, and also what you've said about the local and the global, and also Barbara's you know, point about that, has somehow to do with Lina Bo Bardi, who in such an exemplary way brought together the local and the global. Can you tell us a little bit about what we can learn from Lina Bo Bardi for the 21st century for cities? What can Chicago learn from Lina Bo Bardi? What can the world learn from Lina Bo Bardi? What can we all here in the room learn from Lina Bo Bardi?
Yeah, that's a great question. One of my favorite architects of all time. I think we can learn that with her work as an Italian who emigrated to Brazil, she really embraced the local culture, but continued to have that dialogue on a global level. So the work uses the materials that are available and nearby, did quite bold works, but always with a human connection, and you see how the projects, especially something like Cesc Pompeii, brings people together in a social connection. Almost exactly what I was saying is missing kind of now is in Brazil, there's kind of a big difference between the economic abilities of the citizens. You have very poor people, you have very rich people, and this project really brings all the groups together because of the cultural offerings, the food offerings, the intellectual offerings, the physical offerings. I mean, it's just an amazing project, and it's kind of a touchstone for me, and as well as amazing material construction. So I would recommend looking at that project if you ever get to Sao Paulo, for sure.
Thank you both so much. It is magical and really an amazing experience to sit here on and in Barbara's stage, which explores the relationship between art and architecture. Have your dialogue between art and architecture. A very big round of applause for Jean Garang and Barbara Custer.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you very much. Now, Stanley, I wanted to ask you were a member of the Chicago 7, and it's interesting always, you know, mapping cities to also map movements and groups. I've always been interested in this idea through the interview project to make, you know, a mapping of groups. With Rem Koolhaas, we made a portrait of the metabolist movement. So we went to Japan and interviewed all the Japanese architects of metabolists who are so inspiring for now. And I wanted to ask you about the Chicago 7, because it's the first generation really of postmodern architects whose guiding mission it was to oppose the rules of modernist architecture. So I wanted to ask you to tell us about the Chicago 7, about your movement, and how, if there was a manifesto.
Well, I'm a Chicago native, and other than military service and college and graduate school, I've lived my entire life here. And together with my wife, who is also a native, we started our practice. Well, actually, I started before Margaret. Margaret joined me in 1982. But we couldn't imagine practicing anywhere else than that. Young architects, one of the questions they ask old geezers like me is, where do we do a practice of our own? And my answer is always the same: you go home, wherever your home is. And they say, well, it's easy for you because you're from this very most modern city on earth, because it burned down in 1871. It was rebuilt and became the Chicago School, blah, blah, blah. And I say, no, that's not true. I know one of my classmates in architecture school was from Mississippi and went back to Yazoo City, Mississippi, and became the architect of the Delta. In other words, by going home, he had the longest and most powerful tenure in a certain way. And if you're loyal to your place of origin, it becomes very supportive of you. That's all I can say. So I came back here and started my own practice. And it's been a very long and fruitful trajectory.
Now we are here in the context of, it's not really a symposium because the marathon is a very hybrid format, but it is a form of conference. And it's so fascinating. When we met for the first time, you told me that conferences play an important role for your work, the symposium, the publications. And it's in 1977 that the Graham Foundation hosted your symposium, The State of the Art of Architecture. And when I, as a student, coming from the art world, started to research architecture, and I started to be, it was long before, before I curated architecture, I started to begin my research, this conference kept popping up. It's a very legendary conference. Can you tell us about the state of the art of architecture and the role for you as an architect to curate and organize, symposia?
Well, I've had a kind of checkered career, but among other things, I both practiced and taught for more or less 50 plus years doing both. And I've always felt that teaching, curating, doing installations, doing art, painting, building, designing, drawing, were, this whole panoply of possibilities, and they all fed into each other, including words. When you write, what is the impact of what you write and what you think upon your work? And what, in turn, what does the impact of your work have on the words that you use or what you teach? Or perhaps more cogently, one is, within one's own shell. And one needs to expand that. And one of my great experiences that elucidates that was my time at the American Academy in Rome in 1980, where my wife and I went, where I was the resident architect, the architect in residence. And, normally one spends one's time with one's own kind, which is to say, architects hang out with other architects. You're on juries, you give lectures, you do collaborative projects. But at the American Academy, you never know that we might sit down next to, say, Julia Child, which did happen to me, or the former president, Kingman Brewster of Yale University. So you had to make conversation with others of great depth within their own field. And that's a challenge. But it's also, ultimately, when you process it, becomes rewarding to your own being in the way that you work and write and draw. But another thing is I've always felt that the responsibility of passing the baton to the next generation looms very large. I think in my case, because it wasn't done to me. The generation before me in Chicago did not support my generation. And I unstatedly felt that I needed to change that. Because Chicago has this incredible architectural tradition. Architecture is the sport in Chicago. It's not the Cubs, the Sox, or the Bulls, or the Bears, or whatever animal is named for a team. It's actually architecture. I mean, it's the only city where you can ask a cab driver where Helmut Jahn lives, and he'll know. That doesn't happen in other places. And so I am very fortunate. I mean, to be born in a city and become an architect in Chicago is like being a Muslim in Mecca. I mean, it's home. It's not just the actual home, the literal home in my life, but it's the home of my being and what I've done with my life. I mean, it is an architectural city. And so to be surrounded by Mies, Frank Lloyd Wright, and all the progenitors that came before me is a continuous challenge. We live in a Mies building because because I so respected him, I wanted to be constantly confronted by what I consider to be excellence and as a challenge. And so it's been, I mean, without making too much of it, we now, in the autumn or the near winter of my life, we conduct a kind of salon. After the first architecture biennial in Chicago 3 years ago, I told the young architects, the hotshot architects that were in the biennial, that we needed to continue that energy. And so we have a half dozen to a dozen of them to our apartment once a month as a kind of salon where we bring people that could be useful to them, potential clients or whatever. And so that's been good, and it's been encouraging to see that truly terrific young talent be nurtured and to help them come into being, as it were. So I know I'm wandering, Hans, but that, as you age, you begin to have whatever take it is that you have on life and architecture. You need to explain that so that people know where you're coming from.
Thank you. And I was wondering, given that you've realized so many hundreds of buildings, if you could tell us about an unrealized project which you regret that it's not realized and which you would like to see realized. What would it take to make it happen? Could it be done?
Well, it's going to come up in a second. It was a project that I did in 1966 called Instant City. And it's
this one?
Housing. No, it's coming up. That's a drawing of a collage of a bunch of things that I've done over time. That, of course, is self-evident. That's it. I would have loved to have done to build that. But you know, what happens, it didn't happen, and so I don't dwell on it. It would have been interesting to sort of see it come to fruition. But I've been generally, not entirely, proud of what I've done over this time, but not so prideful that I'm not one to clip coupons on accomplishment. I tend to not look back. So, what else you want to know, Hans?
I wanted to ask you, I've got so many more questions, Stanley. I wanted to ask you, Rainer Maria Rilke wrote this lovely little book, which is an advice to a young poet, and giving your incredible experience and wisdom of so many years of practicing. And I see many young architects here with us today attending the marathon. I was wondering, what would in 2018 be Stanley Tigerman's advice to a young architect?
Well, you either have at your core a sense of bravery and courage, or you don't. I mean, it comes through your genetic makeup and not so much your environment. And you had just had an architect here, Jeannie Gang, who's an incredibly brave younger architect, in my view. Let me give you an example of that. I curated an exhibition for a former client of mine, the National Bricklayers Union, at the Pension Building in Washington, D.C. My job was to pick 6 architects in the United States, and I picked, of the 6, I picked Jeannie as one. The other 2 were from other parts of the States. And they were to work with masonry materials, and which is a compressive material. And what Jeannie picked was marble. And the marble she used were pieces about so big, and they were somehow attached to each other, and she formed a gigantic, like, shower curtain in the Pension Building. It was about 30 feet tall. Staggeringly beautiful object. She was trying to test the limits of its tensile capability. In other words, how far could it go before it deflected? Not failed, but deflected. And when she put it up, it deflected visibly. So, in other words, it failed. It didn't fall down, but it deflected. I thought that was an incredible act of courage, because she found the limit of what marble could do before it broke. And that, to me, is staggering. And you see that in, not all, but in many of her projects. The building she's putting up on the south bank of the East Branch of the Chicago River, called Vista, I think she showed it, is an incredible building. It's 3 towers of unequal height, and there are 3 towers that are adjacent, that are connected to each other. So one tower is at once concave, and the next one is convex attached to it. So they act with each other to work against lateral loading, wind load, because in a tall building, the wind load is much greater on a cantilever, basically, than is compression. That was incredibly, not just brilliant, very courageous. So, my advice to a young architect, you either have it or you don't. You have that kind of courage or you don't. You go with the crowd or you try and work something that expands upon, in our case, a very powerful tradition as modernism, grew in Chicago. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, young architects always ask old guys like me, among other things, when should we open our own practice? And I like to tell a story about a former student of mine. And as many of you know, students and their teachers have developed an affinity for each other, that they get to know each other pretty well. and can anticipate each other in a certain way. So this young man who was employed, I think at Skidmore at the time, called me up one day. His name was Ted Morningstar, by the way. And he asked to see me. And I knew exactly what he wanted to talk about without him saying a word. And he came to my office, and sure enough, all he did was sit down and say, what are the odds? In other words, what are the chances if I open my own practice of becoming well-known, etc.? I said, well, if you're really courageous and you work your butt off and you're willing to sell your mother for a nickel and you're in the right place at the right time, they're really lucky, maybe 15%. And he said, thank you very much. And he got up and walked out and opened his own practice because he was brave. And so I'm with that guy who still has a practice today. I mean, that's the kind of person I admire personally. I'm not interested in branding or marketing or all that bullshit, which diminishes the discipline of architecture, which I want to say is distinct from the profession of architecture. It's the discipline of architecture that leads to Jeannie Gang or John Ronan producing this new building at IIT, which is permeable. It changes shape based on the wind, the rain, the sun, etc. I mean, these are very powerful moves and tend to be staggeringly brave and demand one's support. So I'm, you know, if Jeannie, she knows very well, does a bad building, she'll hear about it from me straight away. But if she does a great building, she'll also hear about it from me. And so I'm interested in supporting the next generation. It's what my, without sounding, you know, too self-involved in this, what my legacy will be actually is passing the baton, because one should do that.
Yeah, I mean, there could not be a more wonderful conclusion, supporting the next generation. Stanley Targaman, thank you so, so much.
Thanks.
A big applause for Stanley.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much. It's now my immense pleasure to introduce our next two speakers, Louise Bernard, who is the founding director of the Museum of the Obama Presidential Center, having previously served as director of exhibitions at the New York Public Library, and Theaster Gates, who needs no introduction here, drawing on his training in urban planning and preservation. Theaster creates work which is the social sculpture of the 21st century. A very warm welcome to Theaster, a very warm welcome to Louise.
Thank you.
And actually, I wanted to begin by asking Louise a few questions. I wanted to ask you how you came to the world of museums and how you came to designing and to developing of exhibitions. What were the kind of formative experiences on this path which made you decide to use this medium?
Great. Thank you, Hans. It's wonderful to be here. I've had a relatively circuitous journey, I must say. I came to the US. I was born and raised in the north of England. I came to the US for graduate school and basically never left. And I came originally, I was at Indiana University, Bloomington, studying theater history, and then I studied English literature. I left, I lived for a year in New Orleans, and then eventually went to Yale, which is where I did my PhD, an interdisciplinary degree in African American Studies and American Studies. So I was always really interested in the idea of cultural history and the way in which African American studies is actually the story of modernity itself, is the story of the African diaspora, of movements of peoples, the birth of cultures. But I did follow a traditional tenure-track path. I went to teach in an English department at Georgetown, so I was teaching American literature, African-American literature, post-colonial literature. But then had the wonderful opportunity to go back to Yale as a curator at the Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library. And that's really through special collections, through my colleagues there, that I learned everything I know about curating. But then also had the opportunity to join a museum design firm. So I went to Ralph Applebaum Associates to work very specifically on content development, a field I knew nothing about. for the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and I was the lead content developer for the history galleries, for the cultural expressions gallery, for the military gallery. And so that's when I was really thinking about the relationship between museums, the archive, public history, how to make a very complicated history digestible for everyday people, and to bring it very physically to life. And so it is the relationship between a certain kind of textual narrative and built space, and bringing those things together. I then returned back to the world of the archive at New York Public Library, a really wonderful research institution, but again, thinking about the museum, the archive, the public library, and then had the opportunity to come to the Obama Foundation, now as the founding director for this new museum project. So I'm kind of back at that point of really thinking about what it means to build a museum from the ground up, and a museum of the 21st century, and a museum for the future.
And I was interested in this idea because, of course, you know, you work very closely with Barack and Michelle Obama on this new institution. And as far as I understand, this is not going to be just a museum. It has much more to do also with agency and production of reality, something we, of course, going to discuss with Theaster also in terms of Theaster's practice. So it's not only about looking back, it's also looking into the future. And so can you talk a little bit about this? Because it seems to be very different from what such presidential, you know, libraries or archives usually are. And it seems to be more oriented in terms of something which produces reality.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do tend to think of presidential museums as being about a very particular time in history, and it's generally the story of the quote-unquote great man, a celebration of a particular presidential administration. And in terms of the Museum of the Obama Presidential Center, we certainly want to tap into that particular understanding that we are honoring, we're celebrating the first African-American president, the first black family in the White House, a White House that was built, as Mrs. Obama has made very clear, by slaves. And so to really think about what that story means. But in that regard, we're also thinking about this particular museum, that particular narrative, and its ability to inspire and to empower and to connect future generations of leaders. And by leadership and by the very idea of a leader, I mean that in the broadest possible sense of the word. And it's really about revitalizing and supporting and building upon this very particular place, which is in historic Jackson Park. It's on the south side of Chicago, so it's rooted in that narrative. And so it's simultaneously about the importance of that watershed, pivotal moment in American history, but then what it tells us about the power of possibility. So it's about the past, the present, and its relationship to the future.
I'm interested also in how it connects to your experience previously with the National Museum of African American History and Culture in DC, because you come from there, you were part of the team that developed that museum. What will you bring in from that experience into the Obama?
Well, I think there's a connection in terms of thinking about these iconic moments, the power of African American history to really tell the story of America. You can think about the history of that particular museum, which was 100 years in the making. You can think about its iconic place on the National Mall with an immediate lens and adjacency to the Washington Monument. And then to think about how we can see a parallel in terms of the great city of Chicago, the history of Jackson Park, this museum, this center's adjacency to the Museum of Science and Industry, and going back to the Columbian Exposition of 1893. I mean, they're just kind of layers of history. But one of the key things that I think is perhaps a takeaway from the National Museum of African American History is the fact that the history itself means so much to people. I was there as a liaison between the design team and the curators at the Smithsonian, really working to translate this 400 years of history into a physical experience. But I think the amazing thing that I've witnessed over time, just observing people who visit, is the intergenerational connection to this story. So I've seen families, great-grandchildren in strollers with their great-grandparents in wheelchairs. I've seen people who spend an entire day at the museum The museum, as many of you will know, the tickets, the time passes are sold out months in advance. The dwell time at a Smithsonian institution is usually about 2 hours, but people stay 4 to 6 hours, usually 8 hours. I've seen parents reading the label text aloud to their children. I've seen groups of teenagers reading these stories aloud, kind of communing with the objects, so to speak. And so there's this sense of pilgrimage. And I do imagine there will be the same kind of underlying sentiment in terms of this particular place, because we have to recognize that for many people, by which I mean African Americans of a certain demographic, of a certain age, did not think they would live to see that day when an African American president would be, would come to be, would be manifest.
Maybe a last question about archives, which then leads us also to, that all leads us directly to Theasto. But I have a last question about archives, because you have this experience with archives, and we had earlier, Joseph Grigley telling us a lot about the importance of archives. We've just seen the film of Colleen Smith. That's a great example of an artist who in an amazing way produces reality using archives, bringing them to life. Can you tell us a little bit about this idea of archives as part of the Obama Center, and how you're going to make archives dynamic?
Yeah, I mean, there's an emphasis particularly on the object, but there's a power in terms of archives as we think of them in relationship to special collections, by which I mean printed material, printed matter, the work of the manuscript. So I think there's something empowering about seeing the hand, the haptic, the written word on the page. And so to see President Obama's own handwriting as he's drafting speeches and thinking about the power of those speeches to move people, but the work that went into it. And we also think about President Obama himself as a reader, writer, thinker. He's an intellectual. He's someone who comes out of a deep intellectual tradition, a deep embracing of knowledge and its production. And I think this is what the archive is about. It's about that trace and that connection between historical figures, both known and lesser known. And I think the work that Theasto is doing through the archive, embracing and bringing to life those people who may have otherwise been forgotten.
Yeah, it leads us really right away to your amazing work, Theasto, with archives, because so much of your process has been informed by archives, by collecting forms of culture, by providing spaces for them to be honored, really, by giving people access to them, by making it accessible for everyone, from the LP of DJ Frankie Knuckles to the whole back catalogs, right, of Ebony or Jet, which are such seminal experiences, seminal publications about the African American experience. So I was kind of wondering how you came to archive and how that entered your work, and if you can tell us a little bit about the importance of archives for you.
When I was in middle school, I went to middle school kind of on the north side of Chicago, and in this area of the north side of Chicago, there were a lot of thrift stores. And I wanted to wear nice clothes, so I would go to the thrift store so that I could find nice clothes for really cheap. So I would spend a lot of time rummaging through things, like in my waist size, trying to find the right pair of bell bottoms, or trying to find the right knitted sweatshirt that would be super cool and nobody else would have it. But I think something about hanging out in thrift stores prepared my eyes to lock in or hone in on things that were particular or peculiar, or things that I liked, and it kind of sharpened my eye. I would say in some ways, thrift stores are the archives of America, right? You're constantly looking at other people's things and the things of the past, and in some ways, me wearing those things was the first opportunity to kind of reactivate these things from the past. And so I never thought about the thrift store as an archive, but if I were to try to find a moment, it seemed like the thrift store became the link that got me from my personal desire to wear hip clothes in the late 1980s, early 90s, to recognizing that the clothes that I was wearing was continuing a legacy. It was keeping clothes out of the dump. It was allowing me to take on a persona of a set of things that maybe I couldn't quite afford, because the Hart, Schaffner, and Marx suit was way more expensive than I could afford. But in fact, I could embody things that I couldn't afford.
I was wondering also who were, or what were your inspirations to start all of these projects? I found an interview where you said that Margaret Burroughs was really important for you, the Du Sable Museum, but you mentioned lots of other examples, the Rosenwald Elementary Schools around the South. You mentioned the Carnegie Libraries. Can you tell us a little bit what inspired you for what?
Yeah. Well, it was becoming evident that there were very few opportunities outside of places like the Du Sable Museum or the Schoenberg in New York, that there were very few places that were acting as repositories for Black things. At the same time, I was spending more and more time on museum boards where people were donating things all the time. They would donate their Warhols, their Mirots, their Louise Bourgeois, and that I was on these accessioning committees where things were being brought into libraries. And I just thought, man, one way to make a Rauschenberg special is to take it out of the private space and move it into the civic space. But often black objects would live in private spaces, and after the life of those spaces, they would die. And so could we start to make civic spaces that were for the private things of Black people? Because that's been an ongoing relationship from private to civic. And so I thought maybe if there's not enough of those repositories, I would simply practice making the repository. And at first they were kind of wonky. It was like, it's an old house, there's no heat, there's no air conditioning, but the house could be for something other than my living. And I think that in some ways we just try to honor and celebrate things better and better, and that eventually led to the creation of the Arts Bank.
And when I started to visit you, whenever I'm in Chicago, I visit your ever-evolving social sculpture, I kind of think it's a form of urbanism. And it's interesting because it leads to what Alison said at the introduction, could art be a form of urbanism? And it's interesting because it made me think before, Louise, when you described the Obama Library and the Obama Center, in a way, I found this quote of Barack where he said, it's not just a building, it's not just a park. Hopefully it's a hub where all of us can see a brighter future for the South Side. And that, of course, is a form of urbanism. But I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that, about this agency the artist has to really change the city. Because I asked you yesterday, who should be the next mayor of Chicago? What should happen to Chicago in terms of politics? And you said, that's one aspect. But you said at the same time, whoever will be the mayor, you will continue to produce reality.
Yeah. One of the things that I learned from Barack's administration was that if he was to demonstrate generosity, the nation would mimic generosity. If he was to demonstrate a kind of a sophisticated approach to caring about other nations, that other people would also have empathy. And that demonstration has become an important part of my conceptual work. So when you think about when I started doing work on 69th and Dorchester, not a lot of people wanted to live there. Some people were there. But what I found was that through the demonstration that Black space mattered, demonstrating that over and over again and having a commitment to that, I started meeting people all over the country who were like, hey, I like what you're doing. I want to do that in Kankakee, Illinois, or I want to do that in Jersey, or I want to do that in Kentucky. And so, I think that part of what I was doing was just demonstrating what a Black futures could look like built by Black people so that more Black people might build it. And yes, it might be a form of urbanism, but even if we lose all of those, all of the jargon, what it was the activation of abandoned space and the use of my energy to try to do something that might change the conditions of a place. And when one exerts energy, things change. It's really simple. It doesn't require a tremendous amount of money. It doesn't require a whole lot of political networking. It just requires that you work your ass off. And so I think I was just demonstrating how to work, and Dorchester is a byproduct of it's just work.
Now you've produced a lot of reality, and I was wondering, are there projects which are unrealized, dreams, projects which have been too big to be realized,
Yeah, I would say that I'm like 30-70 wins to losses, you know what I mean? I have to admit that if this was a business proposition, maybe most people wouldn't do most of the things that I do, but it's not a business proposition. It's a proposition that is trying to simply say that like, if I try a thing, I might be able to kind of change a thing. Or if my ambition is beauty, that beauty might appear. And so, I think that the bigger projects is that I wish I had, 500 buildings that I had restored instead of 50. I wish it was a $2 billion investment on the south side and the west side than 60 million. So I hope that I'm getting better at playing in the sandbox, but I also think that I no longer have to play by myself. And so some of this is about like, what can we do together? If I put my money together and my buildings together with other friends, can we collectively do more? And that sounds like citizenship or cooperation or society, humanism, that we would do things together to make things better.
Got a last question. We spoke earlier with Eve Ewing, who wrote this amazing book, Ghosts in the Schoolyard, about racism and school closing on Chicago's South Side, and it's about the disappearance of many schools. So I kind of wanted to ask you, what is missing? What does Chicago need? It's a question to both of you. What is urgent?
It's interesting for me to think about because I'm a recent transplant here. I just moved from New York. And so learning about the city, what is evident, and I think because the Obama Presidential Center is on the south side, there are already these amazing initiatives on the ground. There's a history there, there's a desire to make change. But we are aware that the city is intensely segregated, that the neighborhoods are kind of separate enclaves, so to speak. And so what is missing is all of the kind of infrastructural undergirding to bring people together, but then the desire for dialogue. And so it's about the work on the ground, I think, that can forge that dialogue to go forward. And it's about empathy, it's about listening, to Hans's point earlier, to go back to Stud Terkel's archive.
Yeah, there are moments when in order to solve a problem, I feel like you have to pull from lots of different professions and vocations. And in some neighborhoods, if there's a problem with the school, you have a lawyer, you have a former school principal, you have a series of activists, you have business people who all live in a neighborhood and they can work together, and they might have time to then kind of cause change in their schools. And I think sometimes what I've noticed in the neighborhood that I live in is that people are so occupied just living that we don't have the same voicefulness because we don't have the time and the extra resources, you know what I mean? And so I think part of the challenge of a segregated city is that all of those shared intellectual and social resource that could be spread around, it's posited in pockets. And there's not a lot of friendship from one neighborhood to another. And so I keep thinking, what are ways that we could create more friendship rather than kind of anxieties about gentrification or neighborhood change? If there were just ways that people were interested in what happens on the west side or what happens on the south side, and kind of there could be more allies and advocacy to help make things happen. I think friendship is missing from the city.
It could not be a more wonderful conclusion. Luis and Fiasco, thank you so much. A big applause. It's now my immense pleasure to introduce our next guest. Please give a very, very warm welcome to Richard Hunt. Now, it's been a magical moment yesterday because it was my big, unrealized project, because we talked about unrealized projects, was to interview you and do a studio visit. So we spent hours yesterday looking at hundreds of, realized public sculptures and amazing works. I wanted to ask you how it all began. Who were your inspirations when you began, how you came to art? Because you showed me yesterday a book about your teachers, and I was curious about that.
Right. Well, Some of you may know, as part of Design Chicago, a number of institutions, in this case the museum at Oakton Community College, decided they wanted to put together a show that featured my work and work of two very important teachers, sculpture teachers, and I had other art teachers, but in the end I decided to become a sculptor. And there were these two teachers, one Nellie Barr, who I came to know as a student on Saturdays and in the summers at what was then, this is in the 40s, called the Junior School of the Art Institute. There are some classes around the Art Institute for young people now, but not based on the same kind of model, because it was like a School of the Art Institute for little kids that was modeled somewhat on the college, which then I went on to go to. And so I had first this woman, Nellie Barr, as my teacher in the junior school, and Egon Weiner as a teacher in the college. Before taking Nellie's sculpture class, I'd taken drawing and painting classes. And another thing is, in terms of nurturing my interest, you know, there was a lot more art in the Chicago public schools in those days than there is now. In grammar school and high school, one in a typical, you know, 4-year program would take a year of music and a year of art. Then if you were interested in art, there was an art major, so you could take 2 years of art. So I did all of that, the music and the art. And so anyway, that was this kind of background. And another thing that was important is that after I'd been a student for a while in Nellie Barr's class, she asked me if I'd like to be a monitor. That's a person who would help mix the clay and, you know, be sort of a, you know, just to support the activities of the class. And as a matter of fact, it was an opportunity for us to get to know one another even more than a teacher-student, and to spend time before, after class, have lunch between the morning and the afternoon classes talking about art, maybe going up to the museum. Another thing that was important too, as I'm talking about it, is that you know, there was this art school and an art museum, which of course is a museum with just a lot of treasures in it. And of course, so during this time, I would, you know, always be, I'd spend at least the Saturdays in the Art Institute in the class, and maybe stopping to look at an exhibition or favorite pieces along the way. So anyway, there was a lot to start off with and to build on by the time I went to the college. And again, there, it was similar, you know. A teacher would say, well, if you're in a lithography or etching class, well, why don't you go to the print and drawing department and look at those Rembrandt etchings, you know. And another thing is the school was much more part of the museum, as a matter of fact, than it is now. While the school is, you know, an important school and has advanced into, you know, what you might call the 21st century, and the differences that various ideas about art vocations have brought about a lot more interest, I think, in design and other things beyond, you know, just painting and sculpture.
And there was also a kind of an interest in biology. You mentioned yesterday the, you know, interest in animals and in plants, and that, of course, led to this very interesting combination you found so early in your work, kind of combining organic and industrial objects, right?
Well, yes. You know, before I sort of developed a style that I've worked in now for 50-some years, that is of direct metal fabrication, you know, modeling and carving, or not modeling, carving. I tried some carving, I didn't like that. I'm more interested in additive than subtractive methods. But anyway, and so there's, you know, looking at the figure. Another thing we used to do every now and then would be to go to the Field Museum and draw animals and you know, other kind of things in the museum. Then in terms of my own interest in sort of you know, bringing together the possibilities of the medium I was working in as a developed sculptor, direct metal, was the interest of using that technique to be able to represent a broad range of things, not only things that were architectonic or planar or linear, but to give a sense of growth, kind of natural form that had an industrial based technique. But another thing that was important in my development is that I was very interested in history and biology, and if I hadn't been an artist, I'd have gone into one of those areas. And so, having developed, you know, both through study and work, another job I had was working in a zoology and later, well, first a genetics and a zoology lab at the University of Chicago. And so I was involved with everything from taking care of animals to creating slides out of tissue and stuff like that. So, yeah.
And I was wondering, because you made a decision at some point many, many years ago to go into public art, and I think it's a very important moment again to, you know, focus on public art. And a couple of months ago, I was dropped, you know, near my office by a cab driver coming back from a trip really early one morning. It was like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. So the driver, you know, and I went straight to the office. So the driver assumed that I must work there because it was out of opening hours at a certain time. And so the driver said, you know, he wanted to tell me this story of last summer. You know, he visited the park with his daughter, and all of a sudden his daughter ran, you know, into the pavilion, our architecture commission. There are no doors, you can just run into it. And he said, you know, she had a transformative experience and now wants to become an architect. So he wanted to thank us. So I was obviously very happy, but at the same time not happy, because he said, you know, he'd never visited a museum. It was just an accident. And because she ran into this pavilion, and, you know, and so I said, why wouldn't he go to a museum? He said, because he doesn't think it's for people like him. And I thought it was extremely fascinating. You know, still there are these many barriers. And of course, with public art, you don't have these barriers. You go to the people and you can create an encounter for many, many people who would never go to the museum, who can have a transformative experience. So no other artist has done more public artworks in the United States than you. You've done more than 150 public sculptures. I wanted to ask you to tell us a little bit about why for you it is important, public art. It's kind of interesting also in relation to what Fiasta was talking, you know, about going with art to the people.
Well, what you say, art to the people, for the people, and another thing about the kind of development of public art in the, you know, last half of the 20th century and now is that, well, for instance, going back to, you know, from time immemorial, there was public art in squares, in, you know, as a matter of fact, you know, you can call the facades of cathedrals public art. You know, you walk by in the square and there's all of these angels and devils running around. But then, you know, in the period, you know, between the First World War, Second World War, you know, there was a lot less art involved either in buildings or in public places, and then with the kind of rebuilding of cities and other places, but particular cities, in the, quote, modern style that came along, or the international style, post-World War II. There were plazas that might have a little fountain in them or something, but basically just open spaces, unadorned. But then, a few people said, well, why don't we put a sculpture out there? And of course, in Chicago, where I was at the time, the idea of that Bill Hartman, one of the managing partner of Skidmore and Zamero here, talked to Mayor Daley about putting a sculpture in the middle of what was then called the Civic Plaza, now the Daley Plaza. But it started a round of sculptures, and in the case of what was then First National Bank, the Chagall mural walls. But and in other cities, the same kind of thing were happening. Then the general the federal government started to develop a program, General Services Administration, that's what I was trying to say, like with the Civic, not the Civic Center, but where the Mies van der Rohe post office and buildings are and all that, and with the Calder. And so that was a Percent for Art program on a federal level. And so those things have helped to bring art into new kinds of public spaces, and have come to make it much more part of the way the built environment is looked at by planners and developers, and then it's there for people to associate with, both in terms of ideas and in terms of opportunities to see things, see art without going inside.
I've got a last question, which is, I know we're out of time, but it's a very urgent last question, which is, it's a question we discussed with many previous speakers about what is missing, what is urgent, what does Chicago need? What do you think?
What Chicago needs very badly right now is the Obama Presidential Library. A little plug, but no. But what was talked about earlier. Talk about something that aims to bring people together. That's a certain kind of institution. But Chicago needs to deal with the separateness of various aspects of the community. And if you go out from here, you see cranes, new buildings going up, luxury high rises, big office buildings. Then you get a little further out, and there's a lot of land where there's the infrastructure, sewer lines and all the buildings are gone. Big trees are growing up in lots that used to have houses with people who had jobs and all that sort of thing. So, there needs to be more development in outlying areas than downtown and along the Gold Coast.
Richard, thank you so much. A big applause for Richard. Thank you very much. It's now my immense pleasure to invite our two next speakers, Fatima Ashkar and Edra Soto. Fatima is a poet, performer, educator, and writer, best known for her authorship of Brown Girls, an Emmy-nominated web series featuring a friendship between women of color. And Edra Soto is a Chicago-based interdisciplinary artist, educator, curator, and co-director of the outdoor project space, The Franklin. A very warm welcome to both.
Thank you. Thanks so
How
much.
are you?
Thanks so much.
I wanted to start with a question to Edra first. Both of you have in common, it's kind of interesting, reading the bio line, and it becomes even clearer when you read the longer bio in the program book, that both of you have many parallel realities. You do lots of different things. It's almost like in quantum physics. And Edra, you're an artist, an educator, a curator, a gallery director. And you work in Chicago, but were born in Puerto Rico and actually began your education there. I wanted to ask you a little bit about your beginnings. Who were your inspirations? The question we asked all the other speakers before.
I feel like I was inspired by my upbringing, things that I questioned since I was a kid, like segregation, how people naturally divided themselves in the playground. I think about hierarchies, the invention of this, how we easily accommodate to things like this. And I think one thing that really directed me to become an artist was that I was really shy when I was a kid, and I felt like I had a lot of things to say, and I figured that through art I could say the impossible. I could reach beyond.
And your work continues to engage with Puerto Rico as well, and of course Chicago. I was thinking about the Graft installation, which featured iron screens, or rejas, which became very present in the post-war architecture in Puerto Rico. I was kind of wondering how you connect the places and, yeah.
Yeah. One thing is that I grew up in Puerto Rico. I lived there 27 years before the first time that I moved out of Puerto Rico. And I've been in Chicago for 20 years. And I think it's now that I feel the most comfortable about talking about this relationship. I usually talk about relationships in my work. And this has become the most natural relationship. The work that I'm doing now, thinking about the fences, the rejas, which is fence, is vernacular architecture that it have allowed me to think about a way of embody a space where I think of it as a transplant. It's part of a series I call Graft, and I call it Graft because these are patterns that are very familiar to me. I grew up in a neighborhood that was surrounded by these patterns, and people live in them. The original patterns come from raw iron or fences. And one thing that is very curious to me is that there's no populous knowledge of the origin of the patterns. So that really motivated me to research about them, and eventually decided to extend the project to literary components that allow me to bring not only my voice, but the voice of people that are experts in the field, like architects and poets and historians, and I have even opened it up to artists, other artist manifestations related to the making of fences.
I wanted to ask you also about the Open 24-hour.
The what?
The project at the MCA, Open 24 Hours, because that's a marathon. And actually it's interesting because when we started the marathon at the Serpentine in 2006 with Rem Koolhaas, he and I interviewed 72 Londoners non-stop over 24 hours. We never left the stage with sort of short breaks of 5 minutes. And it began with David Adjaye and ended 24 hours later with the late Doris Lessing. And in a way, of course, had a lot to do with this idea of, opening hours so that people could come and go at any time. And, very often museums actually close at 6 p.m. and that's when actually people, would have time because they work until 6 p.m. It's a sort of a paradox of opening hours. And so I was very curious to see that you did a show here at the MCA, which was open 24 hours. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, I've used this title, Open 24 Hours, to describe my neighborhood, the situation of the littering and excessive garbage that I will see every day. And I started doing this project because it was inevitable just to see this garbage. And then in understanding what I was collecting, I started collecting these bottles, these glass bottles because that was the most prominent type of garbage that was in the neighborhood. And then eventually figured that, that the most predominant type of bottle that I would find was cognac. And I was thinking, why cognac in this neighborhood? And eventually, through research, I figured there's a great history that connects cognac with African Americans, which is my neighborhood is a historic African American neighborhood. And so there's a history that connects us back to the 1930s when the black soldiers were serving during the World Wars. They were introduced to cognac, and, well, in a nutshell, the history, while African Americans were being oppressed in the United States, their music and their culture was being celebrated in France. And interesting enough, I've been exploring things related to France in the past. I live in Paris a year. So this history, besides feeling, great amazed, I also felt gave me a sense of empathy for the cognac that I was collecting. And it's an evolving series. I've been doing different types of series. I started by archiving what I find because I think about the bottles, I think about them as evidence of a reality. So they become documented by day. I have a public, on Instagram, you can see the day where I will collect the bottles, and I will hashtag Still Life by Chance. It's not only cognac, but that will be the predominant liquor bottle that I will find there.
And I wanted to ask Fatima the same question I asked Edra first. What were your inspirations? What were your early influences? How did it all begin?
Yeah, I think I'm inspired by a lot of different things and a lot of different people. I feel really blessed that a lot of my inspirations came from my own peer group. So I think there was kind of a way where when I was in school, I would just be really inspired by my friends who wrote poetry with me, and we kind of formed a little group and kind of continued to check in with each other after we graduated and kind of we made this thing called the Dark Noise Collective. And
so the group has a name? What is it called?
Dark Noise Collective. Yeah. And there's 6 of us, and I'm super inspired by all of the artists who are in that. And
so who are the other members?
Jamila Woods, Dinez Smith, Franny Choi, Nate Marshall, and Aaron Samuels. And Jamila and Nate are both Chicago artists too. And I think that when I moved to Chicago, I was just really, really inspired by a lot of different types of artists here. I was inspired by the poetry scene here. I was inspired by, going to galleries and seeing people. I'm very inspired by Theaster Gates. And so there's kind of a way that I felt like just living in Chicago and like witnessing the way that artists kind of were here, and also the way that artists would often like take note of you, even if they're like on a much bigger level than you, and just like encourage you is really beautiful to me. And so there's kind of a way that just this whole city I find really, really inspiring.
And I found this quote where you said in an interview that you quoted Basquiat about influence, and you said, influence is someone old saw going through my new mind. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I love that quote by Basquiat. I think he's brilliant.
I was also wondering if you can tell me a little bit about Brown Girls and how that began. What was the epiphany of this web series, which became so well known?
Yeah, so I just honestly wrote Brown Girls after I had a dream, and I was like, I've been interested in film and for a really long time, but I didn't know how to get into it. And then I just was like, you know what? I'm just going to try to write something and see what happens. And so I wrote it. Really thinking about my friendship with Jamila Woods and thinking about the ways in which I didn't really see a lot of representations of friendship between women of color that felt like my friendships. A lot of times when I would see 2 women on a screen, they were usually in competition with each other or at each other's throats, and there wasn't really a lot of that feeling of seeing just like real friendship and the kind of ways that when you're really friends with someone, like that is a relationship that is like to me on a similar level as like your love relationships or your kind of intimacy relationships. And I just really wanted to kind of write into that love and create a little bit of space for that. And so I wrote it, and I was coming from a background of poetry and really just kind of wrote it thinking about like my own friends as the audience for it, and then was very surprised when I saw that a lot of other people connected to it, and that it just wasn't this kind of small thing that I was envisioning.
And of course ties in wonderfully with what Theaster Gates was telling us just a few minutes ago, and he said, I was asking about this missing, and that friendship is missing in the city. Now, your new work, If They Come For Us, is more focused on the family. It's actually focused on your own family and an immigration experience, your childhood. Can you tell us a little bit about If They Come For Us?
Yeah, it's a collection of poems, and it really kind of follows, the way I think about it is they're all different poems. A lot of them are about childhood or about sexuality or about my family. But ultimately, I think what it really tries to explore and interrogate is the idea of like shifting identities and thinking about my parents' generation, which lived through partition. They were, they were born during colonial Britain's occupancy of South Asia. So they were born as British colonized subjects. They were Kashmiri, Pakistani, moved to England, so were English, and then moved to America and were American. And so in an entire generation, you have all of these really complicated shifting identities. And it really just makes me think of how false the idea of a nation state is and how false this idea of borders are. And so a lot of the book is about that kind of falseness of borders but also how much stock we put into borders and nation and identity in a way that can be so trapping. So it's just it's an examination of history and an idea of like what does it mean to kind of really think about that historical violence that happened during partition and the echoes on South Asian people to this day.
Now you use both the spoken word and also you publish your poetry as books. I was kind of wondering, it follows up on what Joseph Grigley was talking about, the spoken word, the written word. I was kind of wondering, what it means for you. Do you have a preference? Is creating poems or speaking to the mic different than creating poems for the page?
Yeah, I mean, I think that to me, all my work is read out loud. And so there's kind of a real, I believe in that moment when you read a poem out loud and you connect with an audience, right? I believe in this moment because it's a kind of dialogue. And so I think the best poems work when they can be read out loud and on the page. And so even I have visual poems in my book, but I still read those out loud. And so there's kind of a way that I really, I like both. And I think that being able to do both is the kind of the way I think of a poem.
So both and instead of either or instead of no. Now, the question of unrealized projects, I wanted to ask you both about your unrealized project. I know that you actually, Fatima, have an unrealized museum, an imaginary museum you never visited, which would be a museum dedicated to your parents and your family in Kashmir. Can you tell us about that and about your unrealized project?
Yeah, that would be beautiful. I think that sometimes when you're an artist, so much of your trying to find something is like a deep exploration, right? And it's like finding things that are half truths and trying to kind of make up what happened in between. And sometimes I wish that somebody would just give me that information. So much of my art is an attempt to try to find, my parents died when I was really, really young, and it's an attempt to try to find, a little bit of home with my parents and with the kind of Kashmir, where my family is from, being in occupied territory, not really being its own thing, trying to kind of carve out a little bit of a space for that. But I have so many unrealized projects. There's so many dreams that I want to do and so many things that I'm really interested in, so many collaborations I want to do. But I find them really inspiring, right? Because it's like, even if something has been told no to you, that doesn't mean no for, especially in art, you get rejected all the time. And I think about a no as a kind of like a not yet, and just waiting until the moment where you can actually do the thing that you want to do.
And what about Edra's unrealized project?
Can you repeat the question?
Projects which are unrealized, they have been too big to be realized, or too small to be realized, or censored, or self-censored, dreams, utopias. the whole roster of the Unbuilt. The Unbuilt Edra Soto.
Oh, well, I think growing up in a middle-class culture, all influenced by American culture, and the life that I have forged for myself now, I think about that as the ideal place, actually, as the where you find satisfaction just in the simple things. Yeah.
Last question to both of you. It's the question of what is missing, what does Chicago need, what is urgent?
I think more friendships, like the Astor says. Assessing gun violence. I think violence in the neighborhoods is an important thing that it needs much more work, and education. How we focus on the children and not on the differences that administrators always focus on.
I think I get really worried about seeing things like the way that there's been so many school closings, like that I find to be deeply worrisome. The way that I think sometimes the government just fails its citizens in Chicago. The way that they've closed down public housing structures and then displaced people without giving alternate backups. So I really think that there's so many ways that I've seen the people of Chicago rise and the government just not do shit, and that's really frustrating. So what I would hope for is politicians who actually care about their citizens and who actually can listen to activists and listen to organizers and really incorporate and really make ways to create the change that people are asking for.
Brings us back to listening. Fatima Idra, thank you so much. A big applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's now my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, our next guest, Davu Bey, who is a photographer and the 2017 MacArthur Genius Grant recipient. Davu Bey. And for the list of urgent books, I would like to mention Davu's extraordinary new book. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
I wanted to ask you, Davu, as a first question, I found in an interview you gave that your decision, it goes back to these beginnings, which we always begin with the beginnings, that your decision to become an artist happened because in 1969 you went to the exhibition Harlem on My Mind at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I wanted to ask you what you saw there and how it affected your ideas about what it would mean to be an artist.
Well, my beginnings, I guess, starts in New York, in Harlem, New York, where I didn't live, but where my mother and father met. And my first critically conscious, I guess, awareness of photography as something other than something in a magazine or a newspaper came when I was 16 years old and went to see the Harlem on My Mind exhibition. And I didn't go to that exhibition because I was interested in photography. I went to the exhibition because there had been considerable controversy around that exhibition, and I had been socially and politically engaged from a very young age. And without going into too long of a history lesson and lecture, the exhibition that opened at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in 1969 Harlem on My Mind was an exhibition about the Harlem community, which of course by that time was a largely African-American community. And one of the issues, one of the dominant issues had to do with the fact that this exhibition, which was about an African-American community in New York, there had been very little active input in the construct of that exhibition by the Harlem community. And then add to that the fact that it was 1969, a moment in which institutions of all kinds were being challenged, a moment when institutions and power structures in this country were being spoken back to. And so that controversy and that conversation is what drew me to want to see the exhibition. And I'd never been to a museum at that time, other than the usual class field trips. And going to that museum, which I went to on my own, and walking in, after finding the exhibition, it was a very intimidating experience, so much so that I didn't have the wherewithal to ask the information desk where the exhibition was. So I just walked around the museum pretending that I knew where I was and hoping that I would find the exhibition, which I did. And it was a very transformative experience. Seeing photographs of African Americans on the wall of a museum and seeing people given these photographs serious consideration began to give me a sense of what I might do with the camera that I had actually gotten from my godmother the year before. So for me, coming to photography and coming to the museum at that particularly contentious moment has pretty much shaped the way that I've thought about making work and the kinds of institutional engagements or interrogations that I've tried to engage in through my work. It all goes back to that moment of contestation and seeing the works on the wall. The ironic thing about it is that if there were picket lines at the museum, and on the day I showed up, there were no picket lines. So I think it was meant for me to go in and see the exhibition.
And of course, it also then leads to your own exhibition, actually, in Harlem in 1979, your series, your legendary series, Harlem. And I, the other day, made a long interview with Faith Ringgold, who, of course, grew up in the Harlem Renaissance and was telling me about the complexity and multi-layering of that history. Can you tell us a little bit about your Harlem USA project, which of course is here in Chicago in the collection of the Art Institute? It would be great to hear about that, seminal work.
That first project that you mentioned, Harlem USA, of course, was a direct extension of having seen that exhibition at the museum and wanting to engage in a conversation around the ways in which the Black urban subject has been represented within the histories of photography, mostly through a lens of social pathology. And because I had family in Harlem, and I knew that those representations were not true to the experience of the people living there, I wanted to make work that I think was a response to that. So that became my first group of works. And because of this tension around the community and the institution, when I completed that work, I wanted that work to be conspicuously available to the people in the photographs. So I had my first exhibition of that work made in Harlem at the Studio Museum in Harlem.
And one of the things I wanted to ask you here, in Chicago is because, of course, all this early work happens in New York City, and then you moved to Chicago. How did that change the work, and what was different about being an artist in Chicago?
Well, I've been in Chicago 20 years now. I came here to Chicago to take the position that I still have, teaching at Columbia College, Chicago. And I think, for me, even before coming here, Chicago had occupied a place in my imagination going back to the 1960s, the late 1960s, at the height of what you might call the Black Cultural Revolution in America. And Chicago was one of the places that would have been considered kind of ground zero at that moment. So Chicago was a place for me that held a lot of history, but coming here, I came to Chicago, I also had family here, so I already had that connection to Chicago. And I started exhibiting here in Chicago with Rona Hoffman Gallery, which began to introduce my work to another piece of the various art communities. That happened for me here in Chicago. And certainly I've continued that by continuing to show my work at another gallery here in Chicago, Stephen Data Gallery. So Chicago, for me, in terms of how it has impacted me, has more to do with, I guess, the profound way in which the city has embraced me. I have felt wonderfully embraced coming here, embraced by the very broad community of support that I found here, which, coming from New York, I wasn't exactly sure how that was going to play out.
And I was curious because, kind of one of the first photographers I met when I was a student in Paris was Cartier-Bresson, and he asked Cartier-Bresson, what's the role of a photographer? And he started to talk about the idea of a hunter, and that sort of seemed to lack empathy in a way, and in a strange way also, maybe he didn't really listen, or didn't have a conversation. It seemed, seemed a weird definition. He then relativized it because I said, but that's, I didn't really like the definition. So he said, photographer is a hunter who is at the same time a vegetarian, and that made it a bit better, but still awkward. So I was kind of wondering, because you have a very different style of photography. There is empathy. And earlier today, when we were saying what is missing, so empathy came also up, and it's something I believe deeply that we need more empathy in the 21st century. Listening is key, not loud manifestos, but listening to the world. And you've done that a lot. You're listening to the subjects you photograph. You even often bring their voice into the piece. Can you tell us a little about that, about the empathy in the process of being a photographer, and then also the listening to the subject?
Yeah, well, I think, this quality empathy for me also has to do with the belief that the work can have meaning both in the object sense and both in the conversation around, in my case, the making of photographs, the whole history, but also the belief, my own personal belief, that the work that we make can also have what might be called a moral imperative. and that moral imperative plays out in a lot of ways. And I think for me, initially, that began not even necessarily with photography, but in the music of John Coltrane. John Coltrane was very articulate and wanting it known that, Coltrane always said that he wanted his work to be a force for good. And I think that's the first time I began to realize that the work could be both rigorous, the work could be forward-looking and ambitious, and that it could also have a moral dimension, that it could be a force for good, and that those two things could coexist in a meaningful kind of art practice. So that, of course, extends to the subjects that I've made work with and about. This idea that my engagement with them comes with a certain set of responsibilities both to the subject and responsibilities as an artist, and wanting to make work that moves the conversation about art making and what we might call in photography picture making, how to move that forward, but to not lose sight of what makes that meaningful.
Now it's interesting also because the marathon, of course, is all about junction making, is about bringing people, together. And when we started it in 2005, 2006, first in Stuttgart in a theater festival, it sort of began strangely because I was invited to stage a marathon in a theater festival, and I sort of said, I don't really know what to do in a theater festival, so we did conversations, and then we started to systemize it at the Serpentine, and the aim was from the beginning to create junctions between people who had never met. And it was fascinating today that actually most of the speakers of today's marathon have never met. They all met in the green room, and I hope it's the beginning of many new conversations and dialogues. And of course, the same thing is true also for all the participants who are in the audience and who come. Very often, when we do art lectures, the art world shows up. When we do architecture lecture, the architecture world shows up. When we do a science talk, the science world shows up. And with the marathon, it creates a crossing of audiences, and that's why it's important that at the very end, we'll have drinks, and then hopefully you'll all meet each other. Now, strangers and community has a lot to do with that. I'm always very inspired by this piece of yours, because you wanted to bring together two people from a given community who did not know each other, and who would never have come together without you. Can you tell us about that? I want to know more about strangers and community. It connects to the marathon.
Well, I think we often speak of community in a very essentialized way. Like we need to do more for the community, the community. Or we need to be more engaged with the community. Well, in fact, there are multiple communities, and even within the construct of particular communities, there is a kind of engineered social stratification that certainly within a city like Chicago, which is very segregated by design. So what I wanted to do with that project was to question this notion of community and the fact that within that construct of community, there are, for any number of reasons, people in a community who never engage with each other, although they're part of the community. So I wanted to use the work and that project as a place where people from a particular community who had been self-segregated or segregated by social design could momentarily be brought together in some space within that community to jointly bear witness to their common sense of community-ness, and to also use the work as a vehicle for making these kinds of introductions between people that don't happen because of the way communities are very often structured to keep people apart. The janitor may never meet the people who live in the apartments in the building. The person who serves you the food may not, based on social hierarchies. All communities contain these social hierarchies that determine who will actually interact or not within that social space. So the work was a way of responding to and visualizing that, and also using the work as a platform to transgress that and to bring people together for a common sense of witness.
Beautiful. Two quick, very last questions. I wanted to ask you about your unrealized project. A dream, a project which has been too big to be realized, something you haven't been able to do yet. What are the unbuilt roads of Davao Bay?
Ask that again?
An unrealized project. Your dream or a project which was too big to be realized or censored or too expensive or too big or self-censored, or a project you didn't dare to do. And there are many reasons why a project could be unrealized. What's a project you would like to do you haven't done yet?
Well, right now I'm engaged in projects that have to do with visualizing history, how to make visible those things that are invisible, things that are in the past, how to make them visible in the present moment. So that is my current work, which from the outset seemed very difficult to visualize, but for which I've now been able to figure out the conceptual construct that allows me to create this kind of, I guess you would say, liminal experience where the past and the present moment come to exist in the photographic object. So I'm really looking right now and thinking about history, pieces in particular of the African American past, and how to make those resonate in this moment.
Very last question. What is missing in Chicago? What does Chicago need? What is urgent?
How?
Just in terms of Chicago, if you look at Chicago, in 2018, the city here, we had earlier this book by Eve Ewing, Ghosts in the Schoolyard. So Eve talks about the school closing, so schools go missing. What do you think is missing, and what does Chicago need? What is urgent here?
Well, Chicago, I've been here 20 years now, and I think for me, Chicago certainly socially is a very raucous place. It takes its politics very seriously. But one thing that I will say about Chicago, which is the thing that has been most notable for me, being a transplant in the city, has been the really embracing sense of community that I have felt. And by that I mean community in the broadest sense. That doesn't, of course, by any means diminish all of the social tensions that still exist in this city. So I think I would just leave that there, because for me, it's been a very warm kind of experience since coming here.
Thank you so much, Davut Bey. A very big applause for Davut. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we're very delighted to now introduce Shani Crow's live performance. And I'd like to welcome Shani on stage together with Eddie Bocanegra. Eddie is a senior director of the Red-Eyed Chicago Initiative at Heartland Alliance, a role which allows him to parlay his own experiences as a person with a criminal record into mentoring, outreach to organizations, to community groups, and at-risk individuals. A very warm welcome to Shani and to Eddie. And I've got many questions, but before starting, I wanted to ask you, Shani, to tell us a little bit about the background of the performance.
Well, this performance was really ritualistic self-care. And for a lot of people, you know, their day-to-day struggle doesn't really allow them the time to take care of themselves the way that they should. So because I also am guilty of that, I ritualized it and made it a performance. So I have to take care of myself in order to perform my duty, literally. And I also anointed myself with oils, massaged my scalp, which is something that Black women do. And I also smoked myself out with Palo Santo and sage, which are used for smudging, for clearing energy. And I also really wanted to kind of protect myself. You know, so much happening in the world. And for creative people, I think that it's important to stay grounded and not allow all the things that are going on to really penetrate your being, because that could be detrimental to your art, which is your livelihood. So that was also like ritualistic self-care and also kind of a protection deal.
And you're an artist who works in a variety of mediums. It's of course, you know, your films, there is photography, there is painting, there is also pottery. But you're of course best known, that's the work which has become most internationally known for these very complex, intricate hairstyles. And I was kind of wondering, because you then also capture these hairstyles as photographic portraits, I was wondering why you chose braids as your medium, in conjunction of course with photography.
Yes. Well, I've been braiding my entire life. It's a skill that I've had since I was at least 5 years old. And it was something that I saw as a trade more so than an art form. And, you know, as a Black woman, hair braiding is kind of commonplace in the community. So we begin to undervalue some of the things that are really important to our culture. And unfortunately, other cultures will be like, oh, that's dope, and then put it in Vogue magazine or on the runway and rename it something, and then you're salty like, dang, those were just straight back braids, not boxer braids, you know? But I just think it's really, really important for Black women to really claim the artistry and the passion and the love that goes into things that we do for our own appearance and for others, because it's a way that we take care of ourselves and our hair. It's a way that we show love to other people, and it's a cultural connection that has spanned, you know, all over the diaspora for centuries. So it's important for us to value those things ourselves.
So it's interesting because, of course, these skills are preserved from generation to generation. It's something which has actually a very long duration, longer duration than many objects in a way, because it's something which is basically continuing and continuing. And you said that you learned actually how to braid by watching your aunts and your cousins. And can you tell us a little bit more about this generational transfer? It seems very interesting.
Yes, when I was younger, my aunts would braid my hair, and I had a cousin who would braid my hair. And I always saw it as almost a rites of passage type thing. To be able to beautify somebody else, I saw that as a great privilege. But it was something that I experienced in my family and so many other people. You know, you would see people getting their hair braided on their porch. It was just a part of the community. And it goes back. Every Black women have been wearing braids forever because our hair is most protected and healthy when it is up in some sort of style. It allows us time to do what we have to do on a day-to-day basis without having to worry about doing our hair every single day. We usually do a style that we keep for a duration of time, usually 2 weeks. It just depends on what the style is. But I learned from my family, and I had also grew up, my father's a historian, so I grew up with a lot of literature and imagery from various African countries and different cultures and ethnic groups and the things that they do, ceremonial with hair and with masks. And I really was inspired by those things, but I was also inspired by some of the regular pop culture stuff that I experienced in the 90s, and just life. I'm inspired by a lot of artifacts. One of my pieces is called Shakere, and it's made to mimic the instrument of Shakere. And on the other side of that, I have a piece called Fingerwave Saint, which is made to mimic a fingerwave hairstyle that I saw very prominent in the 90s, that I always had a lot of reverence for because I knew how much time it took to craft black hair into that style. First, you have to chemically relax it. Then you have to mold it with all these gels and mousses. Then you have to let them sit under the dryer. Then sometimes people take a curling iron and do a little bit of extra. So I saw them more as sculptors and the people that wore them as people that were wearing walking art. But those things were always seen as ghetto and they weren't really respected. So I wanted to take that style and elevate it to the highest form, which is that of a deity. So I presented that style and I created a halo around the model who's wearing it. So that one is called Fingerwave Saint. But it's just everything that you experience in your life are things that you can draw from to create with. If you're a creative person, like everything has value.
And actually, your most recent work is Rest in Power. The title, I think, is Rest in Power, Rest in Peace. And it's a room which you created to be, as you said in an interview, a space of reflection about gun violence in Chicago. Can you tell us about that room and how it works?
Yes, well, that room was created to appear to be a throne. It's a very basic, blocky, enormous chair in its purest form. And I know a lot of times when people die, you see rest in power, rest in peace on your timeline. But a lot of times the people who are survivors of this death, they need a moment to rest and really grieve. A lot of times people don't have time for that. So I wanted to create a space that people would have to enter the space with the intention of coming to have a moment of reflection. So on the exterior, it's a giant throne that you can sit on for a moment of power. You can also sit and have a moment of reflection there. And the interior is a candle shrine that was covered with reflective gold contact paper. So it really enhances the glow and is literally reflective for your time of reflection. And people were invited to leave a message to someone that they may have lost. But I also opened it up. I mean, really, it's whatever you want it to be. I think that the experience is up to the people who come, the patrons, basically. So I was jokingly saying, like, if you want a new pair of Jordans, you can write that down and put it in there too. But most people, when I looked through the messages that were left, really wrote heartfelt and really just thoughtful things. So now I'm trying to figure out what to do with the messages that were left.
And of course, this work about, this reflection about gun violence leads us to Eddie, to your practice. And gun violence is very much at the top of the political agenda in the United States. I kind of was wondering what you see missing from the conversation?
Well, I think that gun violence, or just violence itself, is a very complex issue. Shani kind of hit it on a dot, right? I think sometimes the misunderstandings of various cultures. I know earlier on, one of the questions that was asked about Chicago and what's needed. The truth is that Chicago in itself is a very complex community too. And you have to take into account the segregation that has existed in our city for quite some time. Issues around race, around classism, issues around economic development or lack of. And so I think that in my experience as someone who was gang involved at a very young age, as someone who's been involved in the justice system, I did 14 plus years in prison, but it's also coupled with my education and my work experience. What I see being a need in our city right now is opportunities for employment, particularly for those who are often in the margins. I think about how do we leverage art, for example. Shani pointed out like using art as a form of identity right, as a form of also healing, so to speak, from what I gathered. And I think that for those who are involved in the arts, there's so many creative ways that we could use that we could leverage that. I think about the cameras. I don't think there's a bigger weapon or more dangerous weapon than a camera. But how do we do it to inspire others? How do we do it to bring out the best in human beings? But also, how do we use it in a way to create social justice, to outline the complexities of these problems, the root causes of these issues, and afterwards think about creative ways to solving this issue.
Now, Shani described her, wonderful installation, which of course, very creatively addresses this theme of gun violence through Rest in Power, Rest in Peace. And I was kind of wondering for you, what role does creativity play in your whole, agency to stop violence? What are the challenges that might require you to develop new ideas and also work against common wisdom in a way?
Yeah, truthfully, I think that we separate ourselves from this issue of violence, right? I mean, I'll give you an example. In the Gold Coast, there's approximately 300 clinicians that are working there. In comparison to the west side of Chicago, like Austin and North Lawndale, where there's less than 70 clinicians. So when I hear these stats, right, I wonder to myself, wow, are the people in the Gold Coast more jacked up than the people in the west side? And the truth is it's not. But it's about access. It's about opportunity. And so I think about, in terms of the world of violence prevention, about proximity. Brian Stevenson says it best, that in order for us to be able to relate to the issue, you need to be in close proximity for those who are impacted by this issue. That's important. I share with you, as embarrassing as it is, as shameful as it is, that I spent over 14 years in prison. And let me tell you that it wasn't for purse snatching. And yet I've been able to use my story in a creative way to be able to demonstrate of the stereotypes that people might have, the misconceptions that folks might have about people with records. I'm an ex-offender, I'm a returning citizen. But yet, media portrays individuals like that as monsters. I mentioned earlier on that I was a gang member, but what does a gang member really look to you? You see me in my coat right now and a suit, but underneath this, what you don't see is that my body is full of tattoos, full of scars. And what you also don't see are the invisible wounds that I carry, both psychologically and emotionally. And the last thing that I'll say is that the folks that are impacted by these issues, right, are often not only victims, but they're also the perpetrators of violence. So it's not until we are able to connect, and whether we're connecting through music, through art, it's not until we start doing that we'll be able to understand the complexity of that issue and to humanize the individuals that come from these neighborhoods and really, at the end of the day, give them the dignity they deserve.
I wanted to ask you both about your big applause. I wanted to ask you both about your unrealized project, about something which has not happened yet, a project which, a dream, a project which was too big to be realized.
So I'll keep it brief. So I left the YMCA of Metropolitan Chicago just a little bit over a year ago. And my program was featured at the White House. It was featured in other areas nationally. Programs like the Urban Warriors and Story Squad and so on. And it was focusing just on youth work. And for the most part, people are more compelling, right? More understanding, more forgiving to work with young people. Resources were scarce. And yet, because we had a spike in violence in 2016 of over 750 homicides and close to 4,000 shootings, the foundations in the city of Chicago came together. Long story short, I got tapped in. They said, Eddie, we got this project. Heartland Alliance, which is one of the oldest nonprofits in the state of Illinois, the CEO, Evelyn Diaz, approached me and said, Eddie, we have this project. We think you're the best person to run this. And so when they told me how much resources was behind it and the organization that was behind it, I said to myself, this is the dream come true. This has been, I am currently doing the project that so many other people thought it was not going to succeed. And at the end of the day, this project is focusing on that less than 1% of our folks in particular communities who are known to drive the violence based on police data, hospital data, and community information. And so we're targeting those people, and they're not coming to us, we are going to them, and we're providing employment opportunity on the spot. But equally as important as we're doing cognitive behavior therapy. People ask me, Eddie, you've been to the UN, you've spoken there, you travel all over the world. How did you get where you're at? And the truth is that I had supports. I had people that guided me, and I had people that provided me access. And lastly, I also had therapists that were able to bring out some of those challenges that I faced. And even now, 10 years after being out of prison, I still struggle with some things. And so this project called Ready Chicago, an initiative of Heart Alliance, it is perhaps one of the most expensive, but most well-supported projects in the city of Chicago that is addressing gun violence on the very front end. And what that means is that part of the work that I'm doing is to really change the narrative of the folks that I'm working with.
Thank you very much. And Shani, your unrealized project?
Wow, I have so many things I want to do, and my gears are always turning. But one thing that I would like to do is embark on a kind of a research-based trip that would be made to study the actual impact that braiding and personal care has on people, using EEG machines, measuring people's cortisol levels, things like that. And the reason I want to study this is because I've had clients since I was like 11 or 12 years old. So more of my life has been spent braiding people's hair than not. And some of my clients would come to me just to talk, really. They didn't care what I did to their hair. And, you know, some people really felt a deep relaxation when I was doing their hair and a break from the stress that they feel. So I want to be able to really measure that, because if that is a real therapeutic process, then that's something that needs to be scientifically evaluated and then made available to more people on that basis, not just on a beauty basis. And in addition to that, I would like to be able to travel to different countries in Africa and actually across the diaspora. Colombia has a really intense and unique hair braiding culture among the Africans that live there, or African descendants. And I would like to be able to continue that research while also studying their craft and doing a cultural exchange piece. So I want to get scientific with the braids.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Shani and Eddie. Thank you very much. It's now my immense pleasure to introduce our next two speakers, Eula Biss and Amanda Williams. Eula is an author most recently on immunity and inoculation, which was named one of the 10 best books by the New York Times Review. Amanda Williams, as a visual artist and trained architect, Amanda was one of the 2018 United States artists at the Venice Architecture Biennale in the Pavilion. A very, very warm welcome to Eula and Amanda. And I thought we could begin with this American Pavilion at the Venice Biennale in Venice. I've been there and saw your great work, and of course, it's a collaboration with Shani, so it connects perfectly to the previous panel. Can you tell us about that piece?
So you saw some images in Shani's segment, but the piece is called Thrival Geographies in My Mind, I See a Line. It's actually a collaboration with Andres Hernandez and I, and we brought Shani Crow in as our third collaborator. The pavilion this year, for those of you that don't know, this year's the the Venice Architecture Biennale. It oscillates between art and architecture. Each session, there's a commissioner that sort of spearheads what the theme is going to be. So this year it's co-commissioned by the School of the Art Institute of Chicago and the University of Chicago. And the theme is Dimensions of Citizenship. So Andres and I were invited to be a part of the project at different scales of citizenship. We were the initial scale, which is the scale of the individual. And we opted early on to actually challenge the premise that was given to us, which is that every American enjoys the rights of citizenship. So it's particularly obvious right now that issues of immigration can show that citizenship is not widely accepted. But as African Americans experiencing any urban experience in the United States, and then historically, citizenship is not something that has been granted, assumed, extended. And so we chose to think about historically that even freedom and the pursuit of freedom was the basic kind of beginning of citizenship for enslaved Africans. So we chose Harriet Tubman and Harriet Jacobs, who were two women who had very different strategies for achieving their freedom and for helping others achieve their freedom. And so Andres and I studied architecture at Cornell together. So we really wanted to think about the spatial, kind of the way that their pursuits of freedom played out spatially. And so we thought about spatial practices, and the term thrival geographies comes from an idea of expanding beyond survival into a mode of something called thrival. And then in particular, we wanted to imagine what it means to be placed in the context of this Venice Biennale that's modeled after Thomas Jefferson's Monticello. It's neoclassicism, but for most brown people, it's a plantation in slavery. So the US would keep that as their kind of icon to the rest of the world about what American democracy represents. Our piece was an opportunity to kind of counter that. So we were placed in the courtyard, and it really stands in for blacks in public space, and in particular, black women in public space. So we really wanted to foreground not only ideas about survival and then going beyond to thrival, but bring Shani in to talk about black spatial practices in a way that maybe is not thought of, and also material practices that are unusual to the discipline of architecture. So obviously you've seen her amazing braiding skills and her amazing conceptual skills, but also this expertise about hair as the strongest fiber, and really bringing it back to a conversation about architecture as well, so that it couldn't be dismissed as this kind of other thing. This is the real architecture, and then, oh, those people and that other thing, but also, but instead an opportunity to show that the homogeneity of a profession like this is actually missing out on an opportunity to thrive. And so by including these understandings that we have and bringing it to this larger audience, it really was a moment to contrast a lot of the kind of status quo that you would imagine seeing at these kinds of venues.
Now, I wanted to ask you also about your most famous project, which is Color Theory,
yes,
where you actually give new life, in a way, to condemned houses, to vacated houses, to abandoned houses in the Englewood neighborhood. And I've always been very fascinated by this project, because I'm friends with Edi Rama for many years, who is the former mayor of Tirana. It's actually an interesting example for a social sculptor, because he, as a painter, entered politics, and he's now the Prime Minister of Albania. So
yes,
it's I think the only artist-run country I kind of know of. And it all began by him, coloring building. But your process is a very different one, as I found out, because you actually worked with the families and community members. And it's interesting, it ties in with what Dawood Bey was talking about before, no? That it's kind of like a conversation. Can you tell us about the epiphany of color theory and how you work with the community on this project?
Sure. So as I'd mentioned, I was trained as an architect, and so color theory was something that was part of our educational experience, and has its roots with Mies and Bauhaus training. So the idea that you can use color as a medium to inform or imply space is not a revelation to anybody that is in the creative field, but the idea that somebody like me studying that has something to offer to that conversation, because I've come from environments in which color also informed my sense of beauty and composition, but not from the standpoint of modernism or cubism, but from the south side of Chicago. And so jokingly said colored theory was what I was an expert in, and then started to develop this palette of colors that had to do with coded language, which I hope we'll talk about soon, with things that are signifiers on the south side. So pink oil moisturizer, ultra sheen, Crown Royal, currency exchange. So these are a particular moment and a particular geography within the Chicago landscape. If you ask black teenagers right now, they'd say Twitter or Ventra or these other colors. But to really use that to decontextualize or to pause to kind of understand the way in which our landscape had been shaped and how much the cultural components of that are influencing the way we understand how our communities come together. So it actually wasn't something I got permission from with the community, or wasn't something I used to kind of connect with the community. I am the community. I'm from these neighborhoods, but I also am coming from without. And so I think for me, it was important to not get the permission and instead to actually just do the act and then see what the result was. And so the reactions are as varied as the color. So there are a number of relationships that have been formed, but there are a number of community members that don't like the project or are offended or have issues with it. But I think it was important to do the action. I think that's what's really drawn people. While it's intriguing, it's really the act of not waiting for permission, which is so much of what my architectural training was about in terms of how I'm expected to think about changing these landscapes.
And there have been moments in Chicago of very, intentional city plannings. The Burnham Plan, could be mentioned, where there is, of course, the idea of injecting kind of, parks as an antidote in terms of a city planning. And I was kind of wondering how, and it's a question to you both, how you kind of see Chicago in 2018, because it also leads to the question of neighborhoods, because neighborhoods play a role in both of your works, and you have a relationship to neighborhoods, and how would you talk about, both of you, about Chicago neighborhoods in 2018 as a construct in your work?
Do you want me to jump in, or you wanna?
Yeah, maybe Amanda first, and then it's the fluid transition.
I did a crash course of all of Eula's writing. I was like, why did Allison put us together? So in your writing, you talk a lot about when you moved to teach at Northwestern, Rogers Park as this neighborhood. So that's probably the furthest north neighborhood in the city. And then me dealing a lot with Inglewood and Auburn Gresham. So they're not the furthest south, but definitely sort of polarities. But so much of the similarities in terms of what the landscape might look like, even though there's a different way in which it was arrived at. And for me, the kind of absurdity of how we siloed ourselves, but see that as a pride thing. It's like, oh, we have 77 community areas. But in fact, the data and statistics that you brought up about the disparities of how many of those are not actually integrated at all. I think you said something like all but 12 are 99% of something. And so for me, it's been interesting to try to use the visual language to bring that to the fore. Chicagoans know that, but how do we really use an understanding of that to change it? To enhance the portions of that aren't positive. And so for me, I think that's what I've really been trying to get at with the recent work, and the writing that I was reading of yours is really interesting and helpful to think about. I've been so fixated on the south side to see other ways that the north side and the west side, have synergies with that as well.
Eula, what would be your take on that?
Yeah, is this on? Thank you. I think for me, the communities that I've written about, I've always been an outsider in some way in those communities, and that's partly because I spent my 20s moving. I moved 10 times in 10 years, and so every time I arrived in a community, I was learning it all over again, and hearing things I hadn't heard before, and learning ways of being in the space that I hadn't known before. And that part of my life has kind of ended now that I've been here for like 15 years. But still, when I was living in Rogers Park and writing about Rogers Park, the place felt very new and very raw to me. And I think my equivalent to what color is for you is the individual word. And it is kind of basic to my art, the way color is basic to your art. But part of where the title essay of my book, Notes from No Man's Land, came from was a single word that I heard in Rogers Park. And I kept hearing this word, pioneer. And that single word, and it was most often spoken by white people in this neighborhood. And it was just full of vibration and kind of terrible history for me. And I think I heard it 5 or 6 times before I felt like, okay, I have to work with this word, and and that longish essay came out of that single word. And quite a bit of research came out of me trying to figure out what do people really mean in this space when they're using that word. And And what is a pioneer now? What was a pioneer in the age that I associate that word with? And yeah, so for me, I think each new community space I enter usually brings up a language that is new to me. And I live now in Evanston, which is just north of Chicago. And it's a new community for me that I'm still kind of learning what the language is there. But again, there's words and there's habits and there's practices that feel new to me. So I still feel kind of like an outsider or a spy.
Now, in a way, we've talked about what is missing a lot in this marathon. We started with Eve quite at the beginning, talking about the schools going missing. Now, something which is also going missing in many cities are libraries. Mexican artist Pedro Reyes does a global project to save libraries from extinction, which I think, is one of the most interesting social sculptures right now, in a similar way to Fiasta talking about social sculpture. Pedro Reyes conceives of that social sculpture of libraries. And libraries play a very big role in your universe, in your thinking. And former Chicago Mayor Richard Daley said, our vision is to have the finest library system in the country and the world. Libraries are essential to the picture of our city. Libraries are the spirit of Chicago. And I read several interviews where you said you love libraries. So I wanted to ask you to reflect on Richard Daley's quote and what libraries mean to you as a Chicagoland resident, and how we can save libraries and make sure that, in a way, libraries remain the spirit of Chicago.
Yeah, one of the most moving speeches I've ever heard was when Nami Moon accepted an award. She's a novelist. She accepted an award from the Chicago Public Library Foundation. This was a few years ago. And she talked about what libraries had been in her life. And she was homeless for a period of time, and during that time, libraries were where she went to get herself together so that she could go to a job interview or something like that. Libraries were where she used a computer. Libraries were where she, they were the launch pad for her to become the writer that she is today. So, but in ways that didn't have to do always with books, right? It was also using the physical space. And I feel very aware of that in my everyday life, and that I write in the Evanston Public Library. I write in the quiet study room on the 3rd floor, and I write among people who are there for lots of different reasons. There's always somebody in there who's sleeping, and there's people who've come there just to be alone, and there's people who are doing schoolwork, and there's people who, like me, are doing their professional work. So I think beyond the books, which that's the obvious purpose, but there's all these auxiliary purposes and roles that the libraries serve. And for me, they've been an incredibly important workspace for someone who, for most of my career, I haven't been able to afford an office. And so I wrote one book mostly in the library in Iowa City, and another book mostly in the Evanston Public Library.
Now we start with Amanda telling us about, the most recent work, which is in Venice. I wanted to ask you about what you're working on at the moment, and I kind of couldn't not ask the question about the marathon, because I found this great quote of yours where you say, becoming a novelist, John Gardner, and that's a quote by you, John Gardner suggests that writers are like runners, and that some of us are sprinters, and some are marathoners. And that, of course, fits today's event. Continuation of the quote, I don't know if that's true, but I have thought of myself for most of my career as a short-form writer. With some stretching, I can train myself into a longer form, as I did with On Immunity, but it is much harder for me than short-form writing. So I wanted to ask you in this marathon to tell us about if you continue with short stories or if you're working on more marathon-related formats.
Well, actually, the work I'm working on right now is very much like this marathon in that it's very short pieces. Each one is no longer than 2 pages, and they each have a title. So in some ways, they're the shortest essays I've ever written, but none of them stand alone, really. The effect of the book is cumulative, so I need all of them to be together. And I was noticing as I was sitting here listening to these interviews, the way that it seems like the power behind this marathon is the refrains, the returns, the ideas that come back again, the way that there's unexpected connections between people who you wouldn't think would be talking to each other. And so that's more or less the form that I'm working in now. I was allowing myself a kind of break from, I said that I had to stretch to write a book-length work, and I really, I think, cheated in that stretching, and in that book is made up of 30 chapters that are each quite short, and so it's really a long work that's a lot of short works. And the book that I'm working on now is a long work of even shorter works.
I know we're out of time, but I do have this last very urgent question prompted by you, mentioning that we have these returning questions. The eternal return of the question, what does Chicago need, is my last question to both of you. What is urgent? We need to have a little bit, I mean, you've already addressed it, both of you, but I think it would be great as a conclusion that you both tell us what you think is most urgent.
So I think what Chicago needs is for everybody to operate outside of their own best self-interest. So if we all just tried a little harder, we're not missing anything, but there's at least half of this city, and I won't say which half, that's not trying hard enough, that assumes it's okay. So I can't imagine having one arm that didn't work and one arm that did, and that could do something about it. So I think that's what I think it needs. It needs everybody to try a little harder.
I'll just second that. Let's try harder. I love it.
There could not be a better conclusion, and I want to just end with an Amanda quote, which I think fits this perfectly. You said the arts matter because they continue to be the most effective way to inspire societal change or change of society through imaginative possibility. Eula and Amanda, thank you very, very much. A very, very warm welcome to Colleen Smith and Brandon Braw. Now, of course, Colleen, we've already seen your film, so maybe we should begin with that and then go into Brandon's work. I wanted to ask you to tell us a little bit about the film we saw earlier, which was a world premiere, so thank you.
It was so great to show it here in this space, in this audience. Basically, just a really informal document of an event that was curated by a wonderful artist, Sabina Ott, who's transitioned and is no longer with us. She ran a space in her home called Terrain. She curated artists to do site-specific works in her home on her front lawn. And she invited me to do a procession for the July 4th parade with these banners. And I actually didn't want to do it. I was really reluctant. I live on the south side, and I didn't know anything about the neighborhood of Oak Park, and I didn't think that there would be any kind of relevant context for the banners. Sabina was insistent. We did it. It was this sort of beautiful kind of like convergence of friends and their students and neighbors and people who were friends of mine that I didn't know lived in Oak Park, and a middle school in the neighborhood named after Gwendolyn Brooks, so that when we turned a corner, the teachers and the students were howling. So it's like ended up being a beautiful event. I'm really grateful for it. And the film was shot by a former student of mine. Yeah.
And you, of course, started as a filmmaker already in '98 with the legendary Dri Longso film, which was screened at Sundance. What brought you to film, and what were your influences? Who are your... Because, of course, you've got all these mentors, no? Like Angela Davis is a mentor, Lynn Hershman-Leeson.
Yeah, I studied with Trinh T. Minh Ha, a really great filmmaker, for 2 years. Lynn Hershman-Leeson is definitely really formative, made an imprint on me. But in terms of like popular movies, I went through the classic film student phase of French New Wave and Tarkovsky, like everybody else. But I found my way back to experimenting after spending a lot of time in the film industry and dealing with narrative and screenplays and feeling like I was tired of asking for permission to do stuff.
And of course, you also have this big connection to archives. I mentioned that earlier when I introduced your film. In the introduction to your work, you very often visit archives, and there is this incredible connection to Chicago. You spend time here in the city, and we earlier spoke about multiple archives, and Joseph Grigley, who is still here, Joseph spoke about the importance of archives. We discussed it, of course, also. It's something which is recurrent in all the interviews almost, and for you, it's the Sun Ra archive. Can you tell us about what connects you to this archive, why it's important, and also how you use it in a non-nostalgic way to kind of produce the future?
Yeah, I was invited to do a residency in Chicago about Chicago, and you have to propose an idea for these kinds of residencies. And I stumbled on the Sun Ra archive, and I didn't realize that his sort of the becoming of Sun Ra, turning into Sun Ra, happened here in Chicago. And when I realized that, I was like, oh, I have to be in the city, and I have to learn, how to become. The archive for me is where I go to learn. People are always looking to discover in archives, but I'm actually just looking for models for, the most mundane models for practice. What is the everyday life of an artist that I admire in the sort of ephemeral, accumulation of that work. So for me, the Sun Ra archive, both the stuff at University of Chicago, which is just his papers, everything from canceled checks to screen printed LPs, to the sound archive, which is up on the north side at Experimental Sound Studio. They were just, to me, lessons about how to make and how to become sort of the artist you want to be.
And in a way, the kind of work on Sun Ra, in a similar way, the work we're working on together now for the Serpentine with Kamasi Washington, of course, connects to music. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you, because that leads then, of course, also to your work, how you connect kind of your visual art practice and the world of sound?
Right. So, wow. I mean, there's so much to say about that, music and visual practice. And what I'm actually thinking about right now, Hans, was the way in which so many musicians actually have a visual practice or a writing practice that isn't considered. When I got to meet Kamasi at Serpentine, and we sat down, and the way that he's thinking, both visually and in a literary way, et cetera, was there was just no gap between our various practices. I think we're constantly learning from each other. There's this constant exchange and transformation, sound into a time-based medium, another kind of time-based medium, sound into film or sound into image or sound into object, and vice versa. And it's constantly feeding me. The music itself is kind of challenges the form.
And you say in an interview I found that you favor dissonant sound design. You get excited when the sound you hear disagrees with the image. I thought it was kind of fascinating, and I was thinking about that in relation, to your films. Can you tell us about that disagreement,
Yeah. I mean, it's like a disruption because movies are so seductive, right? And you can do everything in your power to just lure someone into your image. And all you have to do to create a kind of estrangement with the viewer, and an estrangement which creates an attentiveness, all you have to do is change the sound a little bit. And suddenly they just may not even understand that it's the sound, but they feel that something isn't right. And I enjoy producing those tensions, and it's like acupuncture, just flicking the needle, just creating a kind of attentiveness.
And of course, your collaboration with Kamasi leads us right away to Brandon Bro's practice, because Brandon, you also work very closely, as a visual artist with sound and with the world of sound. And for many, your story begins with the creation of Chance the Rapper's iconic 10-day album. We wanted today hear also about other things, because of course, your practice cannot be reduced to that. It's one of the many things you do, but I still wanted to begin with that. I wanted to ask you how you and Chance the Rapper collaborate, and how it kind of relates to what Colleen was describing.
Yeah, well, I think the way in which we collaborate over time has been, in many instances, I haven't even heard the music yet, but I think having a design background and getting the idea up front and getting what it was important to leave people with was the most important thing, and getting the energy and what that meant. And it was like my visual interpretation of sound sometimes, but mostly just the concept, right? And creating what led people into this body of work, and what they would see before they heard anything. In many cases, I hadn't heard anything yet. I was just creating. Yeah. So that's sort of how we've been collaborating. As time has gone on, we've changed a whole lot. So he'll send music, and then I'll send back a visual to the music. And usually it's not anything he imagined. I mean, I think interpreting sound is really interesting too, because you can't even gauge what somebody might be seeing when they encounter, or when they hear a sound, right? If you listen to music and you said, draw the first thing that comes to your mind when you see that, you have a variety of different imagery, a variety of the abstract to everything. So it's really interesting to me to work with somebody in a different medium for that. Like, I can't imagine what sounds he's gonna push my way, and I know he can't imagine the visuals that come out of it. And when we start that dialogue, that's when projects usually come together, when I collaborate with other artists as well. Yeah.
And who are the designers who inspired you? Because I'm close friends with Peter Saville, the legendary designer, whose work, of course, starts in complete connection to music, because he develops all the graphic design for Joy Division and later New Order, and then, of course, designs many other things beyond music. And in a similar way, I had the feeling that music is one aspect of your design, but I was wondering if Peter Saville is an influence, or who are your inspirations?
My inspirations are contemporary artists like Murakami, but then also artists that I first encountered when I was younger, and I began to see how they studied forms, like Da Vinci. I know it's probably corny to say, but that was the first artist that I physically had printouts of pieces of his work, and I noticed immediately his attention to detail, and Michelangelo's, and I was into the Ninja Turtles too, and the Ninja Turtles were named after them, so that was all I needed, right? But it was those moments that is why I fell in love with portraiture, why I fell in love with figure drawing, from those moments. And then other design movements, I really got into when I was in school, and I developed a love for design and typography, and all of those things kind of come together now when I'm looking at a blank page.
And since working with Chance, you've had, also collaborations with big brands and companies like Bud Light. So I was kind of wondering how you balance, the artistic expression and then also the commercial work, how these two things kind of sit together.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy for a lot of people. So for me, I realized that work opened me up to a lot of commercial opportunities. And I'm a fine artist at the core, and that's how I like expressing myself mostly, right? So the idea of the commercialization of your art immediately, especially up front, is just kind of not really, it's kind of looked down upon, I feel like. And for me, it was really finding ways in those relationships to talk about something that was real and authentic, that impacted my community and where I came from. So if I can't make sense of it within my personal story and my personal experiences, I don't do the work. That's how I usually work. And if there's no aspect of the project that doesn't allow me to express that, I stay away from the work too. So for the Bud Light project, we did an art show where I spoke about Chicago from my vantage point and from the community on the South Side I was raised in. So that's how I find a way to balance them out for me, and it helps me sleep at night.
And Eula was talking about, the importance of these recurrent questions, in the format of the marathon. It's the eternal return of a couple of questions, and one is, of course, the one of the unrealized projects. And it's kind of, the reason I keep coming back to that question is that I think it's really interesting that we think what artists would want to do, which they can't do within the current framework of, existing institutions, and if we change it a little bit, these projects can actually happen. So it's kind of pragmatic. We're not talking about these unrealized projects in order to kind of keep them unrealized, but we're talking about them to make them happen. So I wanted to ask you both to tell us about your unrealized project, something you'd like to do.
I love this question. So my unrealized project, I want to transform my grandfather's home into a museum. And the reason that I want to do that is because I think that the house is kind of like run down a little bit, it's kind of going the way it's going. And I think that we displace value a lot of times. And I really want it to be looked at in that way, because so much of our life experiences and so much of our family history has come through that space. So for me to reinterpret or represent those, that space and those ideas in that home and view it in that capacity is really important to me. So that's one of the projects I really want to do.
I've been dying to answer this question because it's ironic. I was thinking about when I moved from LA to Chicago, I came here looking for models for a certain kind of way to inhabit buildings. So I went to Experimental Station on the South Side. It's an art space, it has artist studios, it's got a bike shop, it's got a cafe. Because I was living in LA and the strip mall is a thing, right? And to me, they've always been like incredibly exciting. You go to a strip mall and you might get the best sushi you've ever had in this little podunky, ugly structure. And I've always fantasized about sort of taking over an entire strip mall, an entire parking lot, an entire block, and sort of just appropriating the form of the strip mall and these shops and turning them into these sort of experiments in exchange, where money becomes less of an issue. But commerce isn't the thing, but trade, exchange is the thing. So there's like things masquerading as shops that are actually just sort of like experiments or art projects.
And we talked about libraries before with Yula, and actually, I know that you also have book projects which we want to make happen.
So many.
Can you tell us about your book, your
the book
for
project
books?
that we're gonna do?
Yeah, our book.
Yes. Manifesto. So I just keep writing them. Every time I get mad about something, I write a manifesto.
But that's so fascinating because we've had lots of groups today. We had different generations of artists who were part of group, and I kind of kept asking the question, do these groups have manifestos? So you want to do a book of manifestos?
Yeah, they're just a way, to me, they're provocations more than anything. They're thought experiments. They're sort of like proposals for a way to do something.
What's the most recent one you've written?
The Bicycle Manifesto.
Can you tell us about that?
Bikes. It's just black people on bikes. It's like amazing. Because they're everywhere and yet invisible. And like when you look at bicycle magazines, we're not on the covers, we're not in the magazines, and yet any city you live in, there's black people riding bikes everywhere with a particular kind of style and a particular kind of purpose. I started gathering photographs of them, and then as I started riding a bike, I started realizing that there's a real relationship between a body powering itself going down the street and the way you interact with your community. And that the violence of the power of a car is like an alienating device. It's like the last thing we need in our neighborhoods. So the manifesto was about asking, and also though, the car is a symbol of a kind of maturity for your average working black person. But I was asking people to consider the toy, the bicycle, as an actual device of liberation.
It's fascinating because Gustav Metzger, the late Gustav Metzger, who passed away last year, had this piece called Kill the Car.
Mm-hmm.
So last but not least, it kind of leads us back to the city also, your bicycle manifesto and the future of the city. And that's another recurrent question, which I've asked everyone today, concerning Chicago. What does Chicago need? Mm-hmm. What is urgent? Now, it's kind of interesting because, of course, Brandon lives in Chicago. Colleen used to live in Chicago and is now back in LA, but you know Chicago very well from your many years here. So I want to know from both of you, what is urgent for Chicago?
Perry Preckwinkle for mayor. Please and thank you. I would move back here to vote for her. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, so agree. I say I think it's happening, and I almost don't even want to speak on it. I almost don't feel like I should in some way, but I do feel like empathy, and I think that that's available through art, expression, and so I'm an advocate for the arts and an artist myself, and I think that's what's really important. I think that's what we're missing. Seeing these stories from different vantage points and seeing them in unique places and in ways we can't imagine, we haven't seen or haven't imagined yet. So that's what I think it needs.
Thank you so, so much. Colleen Smith, Brandon Bro, thank you so much. We have a last performance, and it's now my immense pleasure to introduce Rick Murray.
I'm in Dreamsville, holding you, a dreamy view, just we two alone in love in Dreamsville. Time is new, we're here to love, and we do. We can see the rest of the world below us from our pink cloud. There's no boundary to this magic land as we go exploring hand in hand in dreamy Dreamsville. Far away and here we love, here we stay. We can see the rest of the world below us from our pink cloud. There's no boundary to this magic land as we go exploring hand in hand in dreamy Dreamsville. Far away and here we love, here we stay. Dreamsville. Thank you. I'm old-fashioned. I love the moonlight. I love the old-fashioned things. The sound of rain upon a window pane. The starry song that April sings. This year's fancies are passing fancies, but sighing sighs, holding hands. This my heart understands. I know I'm old-fashioned, but I don't mind that. That's how I want to be, as long as you agree to stay. Old-fashioned with me. Years fancies or passing fancies, but sighing sighs, holding hands. This my heart understands. I know I'm old-fashioned, but I don't mind that. That's how I want to be, as long as you agree to stay. Old-fashioned with me. That's all I want. as long as you agree to stay old fashioned with me. I'm old-fashioned. Thank you. Thank you very much.